everybody. How's everyone doing? Is everyone adjusted from the time change, if that affects you in your area? Lost an hour of sleep, but gained an hour of daylight. As I'm sitting here, there is still sun outside my window, and it has been a minute since that has been the case, but it's fucking warm up here. It was like 71 degrees today, which is nice. It's nice, but I was wearing like a Britney sweater, and I had to change into just a Britney t-shirt, because it is just fucking hot in here. It's normally very cold in this room, but that sun, it's coming through the window. Spring has sprung. Just honestly, like about 6 weeks after Punxsutawney Phil said that it would. So some people owe him an apology. He predicted that weather accurately, just like he always does. Anyway, bad news. Jamila Jamil's B section on her Wikipedia page has been deleted. Just thought that everyone should know. They are trying to suppress information. They are trying to erase history. But that's okay, because we have screenshots, and we all know what happened. Anyway, we're gonna start off somewhat light, because there were a lot of award shows the last 2 weeks. We were off. We didn't do a public stream last week, because I was doing the members stream. And then, since the last public stream, we've had, I think there was the Actor Awards, formerly known as the SAG Awards, the NAACP Image Awards, which an unfortunate joke told during that, but we'll just pretend that didn't happen, because I don't even want to get back into that discourse. It's just too much of a downer. And then also the Brit Awards, which I did watch most of the performances for that, so I thought we could just go through Billboard's ranking again, like we did for the Grammys. Again, some interesting choices here. Alex Warren, I did not watch his Brit Award performance, but I guess they're putting it at number 10, which is worse than what they did for his Grammy performance, even if his Grammy performance had some technical difficulties. So it must have been not incredible. I also did not watch this one because apparently, yeah, this was a pre-recorded performance. I don't love a pre-recorded performance, and I also just don't. The K-pop thing, it really intimidates me because there's such an active and intense fandom that I'll be honest, I do kind of avoid it, and I think that that's one of my biggest blind spots in the pop world, is that the K-pop subgenre intimidates me to no end. So, didn't watch that. I don't love that song, Golden, but a lot of other people do. Ray, she was fantastic. I probably would have put her a little bit higher than number 8, but I guess, standard good Ray performance. Wolf Alice, I don't remember if I watched that one or not. I watched just like some playlist or something for a while. Somber, he was like fine. He did kind of like a little stunt in the middle of it where it, like, some guy came onto the stage and then like pushed Somber off and then tore down the curtains to reveal the band behind it. I thought it was just a little lame. I just didn't really get it. I guess the whole thing is that he was performing his song Homewrecker. Sorry. And then this guy had a t-shirt that said Somber is a homewrecker on it. And I was like, okay. Weird. Very, very weird. Ozzy Osbourne tribute, didn't watch that. I saw the Ozzy Osbourne tribute at the Grammys. I'm good, I like Ozzy Osbourne's music fine, but how many tributes can I watch? Though I guess Robbie Williams, maybe I'll watch it later. Olivia Dean, she was good. It was standard. I would definitely put Ray's above hers, but it was fine. It was a good performance. Harry Styles at number 3. A lot of people, I think, would disagree with that. this performance got a lot of attention on social media. So I saw this tweet that, could you imagine if a pop girl had the audacity to go on stage and do this shit? And at first I thought this was just like rage bait. I was like, there's nothing wrong with this. I mean, I can understand why some people it wouldn't be their favorite performance, but I was like, are we gonna act like all the pop girls are above this level of choreography? I just think that's a little delusional. I mean, I agree that pop girls have to put in a lot more effort than the boys, but first of all, Harry's putting in more effort than 99% of the boys anyway, at least in this performance. So I was like, okay, good enough for me. I mean, he didn't do a 7-minute rehearsal, I'm assuming, like Justin Bieber. But yeah, okay, the performance is a little, like, the choreography's a little awkward. I think also part of the problem is that the background singers are not all the background dancers are not in sync, really. Some of them are a little bit off. I don't know if those are professional dancers or just, like, people that they grabbed. But yeah, you can see a few of them are just a little off in their movements. But I don't know. It's just kind of, like, cute. It's fine. And I'm sorry, but if we're acting like none of the pop girls, like the main pop girls, are doing stuff like this, do we think Taylor Swift's choreography is that good? Do we also, and I hate to say it, because I understand that part of the appeal with her is that there's been an improvement from the original Go Girl Give Us Nothing meme, but are Dua Lipa's performances that much better than this? I don't know. I mean, they have maybe some better choreography, but this isn't that different from, like, her normal performances, if we're being completely honest. And he's cute, he's having fun. That song did grow on me a little bit more after this performance. And he's a great live singer. He sounds great. I like his little thing. I thought it was fine. This is the thing too, is that, like, this is how you know that someone actually is at, like, pop girly standards, you know? When people start being really shady toward them unnecessarily on Twitter. It's like, yeah, no one really acts that way toward the male singers who I think are actually not pop girlies at all, who are, like, in a separate league. They get to just do whatever the fuck they want. Whereas Harry, because he is in the pop girly league, he gets torn apart just like the girlies do. Maybe to a slightly lesser extent, but I mean, I don't know. In this instance, he kind of got it the same way that the girls do. Weirdly, too. Just, like, it wasn't that bad. Let's all come down. And then Rosalia, I think it's fucking crazy to put Rosalia at number 2. I understand Mark Ronson is number 1. I watched that one. It was a decent performance. Like, it was good, and Mark Ronson definitely, it was like a medley of some of his hits, and it was, like, cool to go through some of that stuff and remember, like, oh my god, Mark Ronson has done so much stuff. He actually is such a talented producer. If only he had brought some of the stuff he was doing in these songs to Joanne. Notice there weren't any Joanne songs in that medley, but I just can't imagine. In general, medleys are not my thing. I don't think they usually work very well. You have to go through the songs so quickly that you don't let stuff build as much. Sometimes a medley can be really good, but for the most part, I think that they always just kind of feel cheaper than a performance of, like, 1 or 2 songs. Even, like, a mashup can be better than a medley. And so Rosalia's performance, it was a little bit more focused for me. It was the best performance of the night. I think it's kind of crazy to think otherwise, but okay, sure. I guess Mark's performance was good, but Rosalia performed not just herself, she also had Bjork on stage, and you can see Bjork back there too. When Rosalia's in the front, there she is, just, like, dancing, moving, feeling it. But yeah, this performance was so good. I'm gonna press this video for a second, and then the sound is going to come on very suddenly, so I apologize. Look at her. She looks so cool. Apparently, people were saying that she had wanted to dress as a sea slug before, and I guess that's what this is. That's a sea slug outfit, I suppose. I don't know much about sea slugs, but it's a very good performance. The audio is on streaming. If you want to just listen to the performance without even watching it, you can just listen to it on Apple Music, I believe, but definitely Spotify. Yeah, I guess she had said some sort of sea slug. They're really colorful. Nudie branch? Maybe, let me look that up and see if that's what that looks like. I don't know. Maybe. Kinda. I suppose. I don't know. But it was a cool outfit, whatever it was. And it was cool to see Bjork there. And then, yeah, Mark Ronson, who was good. I like Mark. He's nice. And he makes good music. Again, just... I wish the quality of the music that was in that performance was in the collabs that he's done with Gaga. But that... I don't think that's necessarily his fault. Now, in other news, this is a little bit more alarming, but no one got hurt. But there was a woman yesterday who shot at Rihanna's house. Now, she didn't actually end up getting to shoot the house itself. She shot the gate outside the house, which is just like basically a wall, like a brick wall. So, clearly not a mentally well person. I mean, to want to shoot at Rihanna's house anyway. I guess they found this woman's social media, and she had been posting some, like, stuff about wanting to maybe hurt Rihanna. I don't know, anti-Rihanna stuff in general. So definitely not well. But yeah, to shoot at a wall... I don't know what you thought that was gonna do. But yeah, about, I think, what did they say? 3 to 7 shots or something? Oh, this doesn't have the update, I don't think. But yeah, I think it was like 3 to 7 shots at the gate. Yeah, don't know much about it. I guess Rihanna was home, though, which really sucks. But at least no one got hurt. And then also, this happened, I don't know, I'm assuming it happened last night, but I saw this morning. Chappell Roan filming paparazzi harassing her in Paris.
Disregarded as a human, this is what it's like. So I'm just trying to go to dinner, and I've asked these people several times to get away from me.
Please step to the side. Step to the side.
This person I've asked several times to go away, and they will not. They're hiding their face because they're ashamed. Because I've asked them. These are all the people that are completely disregarding all of my boundaries. So this is, then go away. So I want all of you, I'm asking you kindly to please leave me alone and stop following me.
Can you give us something nice? What are you wearing? Okay, no problem. You have your choice, yeah.
If you're wondering how it is.
And what are you wearing?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the guy who she specifically calls out, who then continues to try to ask her for her autograph. I think he's one of those guys that just, like, gets celebrities to sign stuff and then sells it. So I don't think he was, like, a genuine fan. But it is still crazy because I'm like, clearly she's not interested in signing whatever it is you're trying to get her to sign. I almost understand the paparazzi there because it's like, and this is something too where I don't disagree with Chappell's intentions here, but unfortunately, and we saw this with Britney in like 2006, 2007, the more that you react to what they're doing and the more that they see you as a target of like someone who is going to freak out if they follow you, the more incentive they have to follow you because they want you to do something kind of crazy. So with the paparazzi, as much as I disagree with what they're doing morally, I can still understand why they would be there from like a pragmatic standpoint of trying to get the shot and trying to get her being pissed off. But the guy, it's like, clearly she's not gonna sign whatever it is you want her to sign. You're literally just in her space for nothing. But I don't know how much this tactic is gonna work for her. I understand it in like a human level of feeling desperation and wanting to like vent about it and show people what you're dealing with, but I do worry that her doing this is going to make the paparazzi issue worse. But I don't know. I mean, this was in Paris, so maybe this was like, I don't know what the paparazzi situation in Paris is like. Maybe they're particularly vicious there. I know that that's where the term paparazzi comes from. It's like French or maybe Italian, but somewhere around there. So I'm assuming that they have a pretty bad paparazzi culture. But yeah, I don't know if you go back to like California and TMZ finds out that by harassing you, they can get you to be like hugely pissed off on camera. I don't know that that's gonna go well for her. But I admire her ability to say what she feels in the moment. I think that is a good thing overall. Unfortunately, I don't know that this is the right. That's the thing that really sucks is you do have to act as unbothered as you can just so that they don't make a story out of it. Some people there are some celebrities who would purposefully wear the same outfits outside every day just so that it looks like their old photos. And that might be what you have to do at some point.
All right, let's move on.
I got a soundboard, by the way. I debuted it in the members stream, but I forget that it's even there, so I have to remember. I added a few other sounds to it, but I'll try to use them appropriately throughout the stream. So we talked 2 weeks ago or so about the Liza Minnelli, Lady Gaga controversy scandal thing with Gaga, with Liza Minnelli being under the impression, which may or may not be true, about Gaga specifically wanting Liza in a wheelchair during their Oscar presentation together. Don't know if that directive actually came from Gaga, but it still, it made Liza feel a certain way, which was not good. But what's lovely is that at the GLAAD Awards, and of course it would be the GLAAD Awards because Liza is a gay icon, they did, instead of having her out in a wheelchair, they did a whole chorus, and then, here, just watch. See, that's how Liza Minnelli should be introduced at all times. I'm glad she got that. Now, speaking in other Lady Gaga news, She did, and this is not gonna matter to anyone who's not a little monster, but at her Fort Worth performance for her final, her little encore, not encore song, but like the song that she walks out to at the end, she did I Like It Rough, which, if you're a little monster, this is very important. I Like It Rough has never been done live, ever. It came out, it's on her debut album. She's never performed it live any little bit. Even before, like, there were some clips of her at Lollapalooza doing Summer Boy before she did that on the Mayhem tour. But we had those, like, short little clips. But I Like It Rough was the one song for a long time that had just never gotten any sort of live acknowledgement whatsoever. Now there are a few other songs that have not gotten any sort of acknowledgement, which is a bummer. But this one, it was just, I was waiting. I feel like I've been waiting my whole life to hear Gaga acknowledge it. And even though she didn't, like, perform it, she did acknowledge it. It was played during the show. She did sing along to it at a few moments, so meant a lot to me. Now, that should have happened at the show that I went to. What did I get? I got Bad Kids, which is fine, but that should have been me. It just should have been me. But I guess I'm happy for the people in Fort Worth. It is the 1-year anniversary of Mayhem, which is crazy. I feel like I've lived with that album my whole life. I can't imagine that, like, a little bit more than a year ago, I didn't know any of those songs except for 2 of them. God damn it, there's 2 fucking flies in here. I knew there was 1. Apparently there's 2. Oh my god. And they won't stop flying around. And on her website, they are teasing the Mayhem Requiem thing that will come out. It just says coming soon. I would like to know when soon is. But I'm excited about that. And then there were some snippets of her song for the Devil Wears Prada movie that's coming out. I'll play like a second of it, but I don't know. This will probably get copyright claimed. And I know you're guessing for a little fun. So yeah, looking forward to that. I don't love the song, but maybe I'll feel differently when I hear the whole thing and when I see it in the movie. I'm still very apprehensive about that movie's existence in the first place, but I'll see it. And then Gaga did call into Bruno's little, like, I don't know, radio show thing that he did in promotion for his album.
All right, what do we got next?
Hi, Bruno. Me and my fiance have been traveling all year, but we're getting married soon. We were hoping that maybe you could choose a special song for us.
I know that voice. That is my dear friend, Lady Gaga. Make some noise for Lady Gaga. If you're looking for a song to dedicate to your husband, I would say off this new album of mine, I would go with Risk It All, track 1. So I want to dedicate this one to Lady Gaga and her fiance. Michael, this is for you too.
Yeah, that was cute. And it's also, people were making kind of a story about the fact that she said that they're getting married soon. But she said that before. She said that her and Michael were going to get married either shortly after the Mayhem tour ended or during the tour. So always seemed like Gaga and Michael were getting married at least some point this year. But then Bruno's album did come out. It's got a 61 on Album of the Year. I don't know about Metacritic. I didn't check that. It's fine. It sounds like a Bruno Mars album. I can't say that I feel any particular way about it. It's just kind of fine. And then Harry Styles' album did come out as well. Kiss All the Time, Disco Occasionally. Not a whole lot of disco. Definitely, I had been hoping for more of like a kind of disco-inspired dance pop album from the title. I feel like this was a bit of a mismarketing, but when I put my expectations aside and my hopes aside, I actually do really like the album. I think that it is pretty good. It's not like a huge departure from his previous work, which I think that that's something that you can say about Bruno and Harry in terms of their gender, that they are not under the same pressure that pop girlies are, like the female pop girlies, to continuously evolve their craft and be present something new. I don't think that's something that men get told they need to do as much as women do. But that being said, I don't think that makes the album less good. I think it is a good album. There are definitely some songs on it that I really like. But yeah, sure, it's not a fucking disco album, so I don't know why he decided to name it that. There are some songs that are a little bit more dancey, but not like disco. Yeah, weird title. I mean, a good title. It's a cool title for a different album. And a cool album cover for a different album. But it's cute. And he's gonna do Saturday Night Live this week. He also did some Netflix thing. I watched a little bit of it, but it's literally just like a full run through of the album, just like track by track. So it's good. If you like the album, you'll like the Netflix special. But there's nothing super special about it. Yeah, Pop was a fun song. I like Pop a lot. I also like oh, what's the other one? Is it like Are You Listening Yet or something? I liked that one. I liked a lot of the songs, to be honest. I think it is a good album. I think everyone just needs to kind of adjust their expectations for it and then listen to it without the thought of it being a disco album, like the name implies. And then Mitski's album came out. I actually haven't gotten around to listening to it yet. I don't know why, but I'm excited to see that's got an 85. It's being very well received. So I will be listening to that this weekend, or this week, maybe not this weekend, but at some point. By the next time we meet, I will have listened to the Mitski album. But the album that I'm still the most fucking excited for, Slater has released a new single for her album, Worst Girl in America. It's incredible. This is the 5th single. It's so fucking good. Every single she puts out is so incredible. Oh my god, I'm so excited for this album. And that's the thing too, is like, when you have a strong album, release singles prior to when the album comes out. I don't know why no one is fucking doing that anymore. Maybe some people know that they have a mid-album, and so they don't want people to know that before they put in all their pre-orders. Maybe. But here's the thing. After this single came out, Slater's album hit number 9 on the Apple Music Pop Albums chart, and it hasn't even come out yet. A month before its release, and it's already in the top 10 of the Pop Albums charts. On Apple Music, not like Billboard, but like, you build the hype. If you've got good music, it will actually benefit you. Don't know why this part of music promotion has started to miss so many people. And then a new album that's also being teased right now. Oh, what the hell? Oh, I guess maybe she already deleted the post? Casey Musgraves promoting her new album, so I look forward to that, I suppose. I'm a little sick of the country albums just in general, but I do like Casey, so I'll make the exception for her. Pussycat Dolls are also teasing their return. Don't know how well that's gonna go, considering they tried to come back in like 2020 and then released one single and just stopped. So good luck to them this time, I suppose. I don't really know what market there is for the Pussycat Dolls at this point. I don't know. Good luck to them. Good luck to them. Hilary's album did hit number 3 on the US Billboard charts.
talented, brilliant, incredible, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never the same, totally unique, completely not ever been done before, unafraid to reference or not reference, put it in a blender, shit on it, vomit on it, eat it, give birth to it.
You know, when I was pulling that clip, I was reminded of who that soundbite is about. She's talking about Ryan Murphy. I forgot about that. Anyway, as we were streaming last time, the last public stream, unfortunately, the guy who played Lizzie's dad in Lizzie McGuire, Robert Carradine, did pass away from suicide, which his family was pretty open about. I guess he's struggled with bipolar disorder for a long time. So that was really sad. I don't know much about him. I know that he was in some movies in like the 80s. I think he was maybe in some sort of like National Lampoon movie or something. But it is just sad just knowing him as Lizzie's dad. So that really was a bummer. Hilary has been doing a fuck ton of promo, though. I can't believe all the places. She's on the cover of Gay Times. She's going to be on Jimmy Fallon tonight. She also was on the Jay Shetty podcast that just came out earlier today. I didn't watch that yet. But she's fucking everywhere. And the last time we talked, she was about to be on Call Her Daddy. She just was on Call Her Daddy. And she did have this to say about the Ashley Tisdale drama.
Wow, and when you read it?
I felt really sad. I honestly felt really sad. I was like pretty taken aback and felt just like sad. Like I have so many groups of friends. I'm so lucky. Motherhood has brought on, like, I have my like core group of friends who have been my ride or dies for 20 years, 10 to 20 years. And I have like tons of different groups of mom friends because I have 4 kids, you know? So I think I just was like, whoa, it sucks to read something that's like not true. And it sucks on behalf of like 6 women in all of their lives.
Then the pot got stirred a little bit more. Our boy Matthew posted an Instagram story kind of then addressing back to it. Did you know he was going to post this?
No.
How did you feel when you opened your phone and hubby had chimed in?
Honestly, everything he does makes me laugh. So I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. But I also don't censor him and I don't tell him what he can and can't post. He is so like fierce for me. And like, I love him for that.
Is there anything on that you want to clarify? Because obviously all the rumors and everything, and like you have been in the center of it. Like, is there anything else you want to just like clarify on that topic?
No.
Okay.
I think it came at like the craziest time where I was like, the timing felt not great. And I felt used.
Like, would this have happened had you not had your big resurgence and everything going on with you? Okay. Moving on.
Yeah, and I do think probably that had something to do with it because I just don't know why she would make that blog post or that The Cut post article at that particular time. The timing was a little weird. That being said, it does seem to have kind of worked out for Ashley Tisdale. I mean, maybe this would have happened regardless, but apparently she's now developing a new show for CBS. I haven't really thought about Ashley Tisdale in a long time, so maybe that article in The Cut was what she needed to really get back into the spotlight. So, okay, I guess. Do your thing, Ashley. Now, someone else who is doing very well musically. PinkPantheress has now scored her second #1 hit on US Spotify, and not just US Spotify, but also global Spotify. And then she also got her second top 10 hit on Billboard with Stateside, which means that not only did PinkPantheress get all that, so did Zara Larson. I do think at this point, because I was a little skeptical before about whether or not Zara was officially out of the Kaya asylum, I do think she's about out. She's walking out. She's walking out essentially right now. She's getting her things. She's getting some of her possessions back. She's being allowed to walk off of the premises. I saw this was kind of funny. Walking right past BB Rexa. I do love Pen 15, by the way, too. That's what this video is from, and just so that everyone knows that if you haven't watched Pen 15, you should watch Pen 15. It's so fucking good. BB Rexa also just had a new single, though. It's called New Religion. I haven't listened to it yet, but a lot of people are saying that this is going to be the song that gets her out of the asylum. I don't know about that. We'll see. Again, I haven't listened to the song yet, so maybe it really is her ticket out, but I don't know. I don't know. Who was it? Oh, Ava Max also made a comment recently about how she is out of the Kaya asylum. No. I think BB has a better chance of getting out than Ava Max, but I don't know if she was kidding or if she just doesn't know what the Kaya asylum is. People are already, every time we bring up the Kaya asylum, everyone's got to talk about the pronunciation. It doesn't matter. You can pronounce it Kaya or Kia, and that's part of the fun, is that no one really knows. Because then you would have to know the singer, and no one knows the singer. So you can pronounce it either way. But yeah, Ava Max is in there maybe for life, I'm sorry to say. SZA was at a Zara Larson concert recently, though. Feeling it out to Midnight Sun. Real cute. Real cute. And then Zara got into some, I wouldn't call it controversy, just kind of like discourse. She made quite a few statements about Chris Brown. She said something in like an interview or something about how she would never collab with abusers such as Chris Brown. And then a fan gave her like a t-shirt that said Chris Brown is trash. So she was posing with that. And I think she might have also said something on Instagram too. I don't know. She's always talking some shit somewhere. And I do agree with her most of the time, except for that one time about sex work, which was a little frustrating. But then she also did a whole bunch of stuff about abortion too. A fan told her that they got an abortion right after watching Zara perform, and so Zara commented and said, I killed the performance, and then you killed it after the performance, and then that started a whole thing, and then she was on Instagram talking about that too. I do need her at some point. I need her to get a Substack, because every time I open up her Instagram stories, I'm like, this is too many words. It's too many words. I'm not reading all that in an Instagram story. Get a Substack, girly. Now, in other good news, Stefon Diggs has been released from the New England Patriots. And then at one of Cardi's recent concerts, I guess Nicki Minaj's sister and Stefon Diggs' mom attended because, yeah, I mean, she's a great performer. It's like that one time that Azealia Banks was dissing Cardi on Twitter or Instagram or something, and then was at a club singing along to Bodak Yellow because she's undeniable. Why would you deprive yourself of a Cardi B concert just because you're related to the op? But her concerts have been looking so fun and cute. So here's her singing to Party in the USA by Miley Cyrus.
There's a party. Love yourself. Yeah. There's a party in my pussy. Yeah. There's a party in my pussy. Love yourself.
And then I guess a fight broke out at one point.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't fight. Because when y'all fight, I'm nosy. I want to see it. I want to see it. And that distracts me from my performance. And then I fuck up. And then I'm all over the internet fucking up my moves. Because I want to see the fight. So please no fighting.
I feel that. I would be the same way. Did you ever see the video of Miley at a concert where there was like a fight that broke out in front of her and she literally got out her own phone and started recording them from the stage? It's you'd want to be professional and just keep going, but I would be very nosy. Be like, oh, what happened? And then the big news, she brought out Megan Thee Stallion to do WAP. And this was cute. It's just they were so excited they almost forgot they had to perform. They are so cute. And especially, you know, it's just nice. Back when, like, Nicki Minaj was kind of the main rap girly and would, like, do collabs with other women but then start fighting with them, like, a month later. It is very nice to see Cardi and Megan remaining friends and remaining so cute together. Look at them. They're so cute. It's just nice, you know, after seeing Nicki not being as kind to her female, not even just like peers, but her collaborators. You were just always kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. And that's not how it works with these two ladies, and I love it. Now, Megan is also apparently gonna make her Broadway debut soon. She is in a stage production of Moulin Rouge, so that's cute. And then in some other pop girly news, we have a few two different responses to things that the president has done. So on the unambiguously good side of it, we have Kesha responding to the White House's use of one of her songs. I think it was Blow, which is so disgusting. They were putting it over, I didn't even see the video, but it has something to do with Iran and the war there, and to do Blow in that, disgusting. Just so fucking gross. But Kesha wrote, "It's come to my attention that the White House has used one of my songs on TikTok to incite violence and threaten war. Trying to make light of war is disgusting and inhumane. I absolutely do not approve of my music being used to promote violence of any kind. Love always trumps hate. Please love yourself and each other in times like this. This show of blatant disregard for human life, and quite frankly, this attack on all of our nervous systems is the opposite of what I stand for. Also, don't let this distract us from the fact that criminal predator Donald Trump appears in the files over 1 million times." I don't know about 1 million. I know it's definitely it's in the thousands range. I don't know about 1 million. I think maybe possibly 1 million with all the times that his name has been intentionally redacted. Possibly. But I guess we can't know because it's been redacted. And then she also tweeted separately of that, "Stop using my music, perverts," at the White House. So that was good. Now, Katy Perry, I guess, also wanted to comment on something that the White House did recently, or that Donald Trump specifically did. This was not as cute. So there's this AI app or something called Claude. I don't know what the fuck it does, but it's an AI company, and I guess Trump wanted them to give some of like the data, the like private data of some of their customers to him and to the White House, to the administration, to do something. Claude refused. Trump then told everyone, don't use Claude. So then Katy posted a screenshot of her downloading it and getting the annual subscription. And okay, I guess I'm glad that she wants to do something anti-Trump. But is this the way? I don't know. I don't know what Claude is. But and of all the times you could make like any sort of statement too, you know, it's like he does something ridiculous every day. And it's not even like this was something that was personally related to her or anything, unless maybe she has stake in Claude. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just like another Chat GPT thing. But I don't know. It's like, what do people pay that much for Chat GPT? I don't use it, so I don't know. But like, what are you paying for exactly? It's just like a shitty search engine, isn't it? Can't you just get that for free? What does paying for it do that's different from like Googling? I don't know. But this is just not... She tried. She really, really tried. I guess. Now, another girly who's gotten herself into some hot water. First, we have to talk about... There's like a war on cats happening at the moment. Now, it starts with Paul Mescal and Jessie Buckley from Hamnet doing their... I don't know, doing promo for Hamnet. Where Jessie said this.
Are you dogs or cats? Where are you guys?
Dog.
You said it was such like, I mean, I'm with you, but like.
I don't like cats.
Fuck cats, honestly. Fuck them.
Are you actively trying to ruin your career? Like, what was the thing I said earlier?
Coachella, yeah.
Fuck cats.
Coachella.
Cats are mean. Cats are mean.
Drop this part.
Yeah.
The cats, they're too clever.
Yeah.
I got like, my husband, when I started dating him, he had 2 cats. This is bad, so I'm going to get cancelled. But one of the cats was like a pedigree model bitch. And she staged like a coup against me. I'd come home and there'd just be like poo on my pillow. Right. And I was like, it's me or the cats. It's me.
She didn't like this interloper. This is my house.
No.
And you took over.
But I won!
You won!
Sorry!
And finally, a food that makes you confused. You don't get it. Why do people like that?
Olives. Yeah, that was you. Wasn't me last time.
It was you. You're consistent at least, too. Yeah. There you go.
God. Like, macaroni cheese.
What was the question? A food that makes you confused?
There you go. You don't get it. Why do people like that?
Olives. Yeah.
Sorry!
And finally, a food that makes you confused.
A food that makes you confused? I don't even know what that means. I don't know if there's any more in this clip about the cats. I don't know why that's all here.
You don't get it. Why do people like that?
Olives. Yeah, that was you. Wasn't me last time.
It was you. You're consistent at least, too. There you go.
God. like macaroni cheese.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm sorry. It's the beigest experience.
Wow.
That's...
Now,
We're after,
it's
we
over.
just screwed the press.
You lost
we
your-
said we hate macaroni and cheese.
And Coachella.
Coachella.
I want like a food. Like, I don't want like a blancmange of food. Like, it's like baked.
Look at his face. He hates you now. It's like active, like disdain.
I'm over it.
She doesn't like macaroni and cheese either. That's very odd. But so, this started a whole thing. People were talking about cats, and then Doechii decided to weigh in. So, she posted on Threads. Apparently, Doechii is on Threads. Every once in a while, you find out that someone's posting on Threads, and I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't realize people were over there. I think I maybe have a Threads account, but I know I do, but I don't use it, so I'm assuming it doesn't, like, delete. So it's probably still there. But so she said, people act like it's a crime to dislike cats when they genuinely aren't friendly animals. They don't want to be domesticated, just leave them alone. Like, it's not organic. I'm sorry, be for real. It's rare that cats are immediately lovey without years of pain and work put in. Y'all be scratched and beat the fuck up by your own animals. I can't. And she got, I mean, look at this fucking ratio, too. So this one is not... this is still not great. 5,000 likes to 5.8 thousand replies. But then it gets worse. So she said, me versus cat owners. And then this person's thread has 6,000 likes. And then Doechii's response has 656. They said, in all seriousness, you don't need to justify not liking cats by stating common misconceptions. You can just say you don't like them. And she said, I did. And there aren't misconceptions. These are most definitely true and happen every day. You cannot trick me. If I tell a cat owner to lift their arm sleeve right now, they'll be tore up. And then someone said, my arms are smooth with 1,000 likes. And then this person said, same, my cat has never scratched me except by accident. He's also never knocked anything off the counter or destroyed any furniture or attacked any Christmas trees. Sweetest, most mellow guy ever. Same with his sister who passed away young. Okay, whatever. I don't need these anecdotes about your cats. And then she keeps getting ratioed. This one's got 3.3 thousand versus 362. If cats don't like you, it is your spirit. Jesus. My cats never scratch me ever because I would never push their boundaries enough to make them want to or need to. A lot of people who own cats don't respect cats, and that's why they are scratched the fuck up. It's fully karma at work. She says, oh girl, please. I'm serious. I've known so many cat owners that abuse their cat, and they want to know why their cat bites them and attacks their leg and is antisocial. Like, here's the thing. And I saw a lot of people talking about this on Twitter, too. God, they kept going back and forth. Okay. It's okay to not like cats, but spouting misinformation like this because of your own personal biases is not... What is happening on her shirt? I don't know. Oh, I think it's Pedro Pascal. You can twist up your face all you want to, and who is that man you're protecting on your shirt? And it's Pedro Pascal. I saw people talking about this on Twitter, and I think the discourse is just, it's so obnoxious, because Doechii is, like, kind of wrong in a sense, in that, like, I mean, for sure, cats are not as friendly as dogs. So if you want an animal that's gonna be, like, really cuddly and friendly with you, you're probably better off getting a dog than a cat, but then dogs are a lot more work. And cats can be really snuggly, too. The thing is like, to say that, like, it's rare that cats are immediately lovey without years of pain and work put in. I don't know. It depends on the cat. And I think if you're getting, like, a kitten, then you don't really know what you're getting into. But if you buy an adult cat, just ask if the cat's cuddly. Some of them are. You know, it can go either way. But some people just don't fucking like cats. So it's like, whatever. It's not a super big deal. And for people being like, oh, you're spreading misinformation or common misconception, it's like, who cares? You know? I don't really know what the misconception is harming. Like, I understand. I recently on my timeline, and I'm not going to go into it because I I could say a lot. I have a lot to say about it, and I probably will say quite a lot on a different day. Not today, but on a different day, I will say a lot. I saw some, like, anti-pit bull propaganda on my timeline this last week and was very annoyed by it, because that's something where it's like there are misconceptions around pit bulls that are actually, like, dangerous, that, like, get dogs put into shelters that shouldn't be put into shelters, that get dogs put down that shouldn't be put down. I mean, pit bulls are one of the biggest breeds to get surrendered to shelters, period. And it has a huge effect on a lot of families' lives. Like, pit bull bans are a form of redlining, residential redlining, that primarily stops Black people from getting to live in certain places. There's a very fucked up history behind that, and that is based around a lot of misconceptions and misinformation about pit bulls, and people not even understanding how dog breeds work in the first place. I mean, pit bulls, I know I said I wasn't going to get on a rant about it, but I just have to say, for anyone in here who has, like, an idea about pit bulls, you should know that, like, a pit bull isn't a breed of dog. It's just not. It is an umbrella term that dogs get put into if they kind of look like what people think pit bulls look like. So there are a few, like, purebred breeds that are considered, like, pit bull breeds. Quite a lot of the dogs that get labeled pit bulls, when you, like, run their DNA tests, they have no genetic links to those breeds whatsoever. They're just mixed breeds that kind of have, like, a boxy looking face. So all the things that people think about pit bulls, not based on any real data, because a pit bull isn't a breed. At all. And even so, like, the ideas people have about breeds and dogs in the first place, it's so distorted from how much a breed can actually affect a dog's behavior, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to get into it today. But that's something where it's like, okay, yeah, if you're spreading misconceptions about pit bulls, that actually has, like, a real world effect. That is something that actually does get used to, like, prevent people from being able to live in certain places. It's something that actually gets dogs killed. Misconceptions about cats, it's like, you're either a cat person or you're not. It's not really that big of a deal. Cats do get sent to shelters too, but I don't think that, like, the idea that cats are not as friendly as dogs is, like, the main problem, especially because cats are generally not as friendly as dogs. So that's it. And that's fine. But some cats are very, very friendly. And something that I found really annoying, too, about this whole discourse is, like, I saw a lot of people being like, if your cat isn't friendly, if your cat scratches you, it's because you're a bad owner. It's because you aren't treating your cat correctly. And it's like, no, it could still just be the cat. It could also be that. It could be a bad, like, owner-cat combo. Some cats do better with some owners. Some owners do better with different, like, I think a lot of people just have problems thinking about animals as, like, individuals, you know? Like, not all cats are the same, not all dogs are the same. There's no winning formula of, like, if you raise a cat this way, it's going to turn out fine. If you raise a dog this way, it's going to turn out fine. Or especially when you talk about breeds with dogs, which people don't really care as much about breeds with cats, which is why it was a little surprising to hear Jessie say the thing about, like, her fiance or her husband or whoever the fuck it was had, like, a pedigree cat, because that's just not something people generally care about as much as they do with dogs, but whatever. People have an idea of, like, if you get a dog of a certain breed, that it's going to behave a certain way, which is another reason that dogs get taken to shelters a lot of the time, because people think that, and then the dog behaves a different way, because dogs are individuals, just like us. So this whole discourse was fairly obnoxious on every end, you know, to overgeneralize the entire cat species as one thing, it's just not really fair. Now, as for the Jessie Buckley thing, is it okay to make your, like, partner get rid of their cats? I mean, I guess if they were willing to do it, then I don't know how committed of a pet parent they were in the first place. I certainly wouldn't ask my partner to do that, but I guess, I don't know, she said the cat was pooping on her pillow. At that point, it's like, why don't you just close the bedroom door? Do you have to get rid of the cats completely? Just close the fucking door. They can't open the door. Whatever. None of my business, I guess. Now, another little dust-up that a pop girly got into. Tumblr posted this, like, 19 years anniversary thing with all these different... We have, like, what? Is that Supernatural? Lorde? One Direction? Yeah, all these, like, different artists. Lana, Marina, etc. Charlie. And did not include Halsey whatsoever, which is crazy. And Halsey quote tweeted and said, "I keep your lights on for years and this is the thanks I get." And now Tumblr did respond and said, "Just realized we forgot to post the half of the edit," and then just did an edit of Halsey, which is a nice way to respond. But that was nuts to just completely... Halsey was huge on Tumblr. I wasn't even like... I've never been like a huge Halsey stan. But the reason that I knew who she was in the first place was because I was on Tumblr. Yeah, why celebrate 19 years? I thought the same thing. It's like, why don't you wait till 20? Maybe they think they're not going to get there. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're like, this is the last time. And then, oh shit. I just clicked on Braxton. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Now, a few things with Selena that happened. So first she confirms that Dorothea is about her, which a lot of people have suspected for a long time.
It's very clear that you literally connect with Taylor's music on a different, like, you connect with
A 1,000,000%. I feel, well, Dorothea's about me, one of her songs.
Oh.
And I feel like a lot of moments, huge moments that were self-defining, from relationships to family.
Okay, I shouldn't get us off on track, but like, okay, yes. A lot of Pitbull types are descended from lineages that were bred for bullfighting. But first of all, most current Pitbulls are not from those lineages because, again, they're from mixed breeds. But then number two, just because they were used for bullfighting doesn't mean that they actually have any sort of genetic predisposition to do any sort of fighting. This is, again, the thing that people get wrong about breeds a lot, is that breeds... Oh yeah, sorry, I stopped on the toes. There we go, that's a safer spot. But your genes can only account for certain things. Aggression is not one of them. There is no aggression gene. In dogs, at least. I don't know about people. I don't think there is. But people have done studies. Pit bulls are not more aggressive than other dogs. There's no genetic, there's no, like, specific gene that you can isolate for aggression. The only dogs that are, like, known to be more aggressive when you actually, like, really look at the scientific data is the smaller breeds. And it probably doesn't have anything to do with, like, one specific gene. It more likely has to do with the size of their heads compared to the size of their bodies. Because, like, it affects the way that they react to stimuli. So it might not even be aggression. That's the thing, too, is that, like, aggression isn't one trait. It's a combination of different factors that manifests in, like, some activities and some behaviors. But it's not, like, one trait. But so for smaller dogs that are found to be more aggressive, it's more likely, like, something with... like the way that their brains are just too big for their heads, so they react really strongly to stimuli. Or it also, it might just have something to do with the fact that they're small. And so they're scared of, you know, the big world, which would make sense. But pit bulls, they do not, there is no actual scientific data that shows that pit bulls have a higher level of aggression than other dogs. And they also, just while we're here, and I know I said I wasn't going to go on a whole rant, I know I said that, but they also do not have locking jaws. Just so we know. Just so we are all clear. Locking jaws are not a thing. No dogs have them. At all. Just a thing that people made up. Anyway.
It's about me, one of her songs.
Oh.
And I feel like a lot of moments, huge moments that were self-defining, from relationships to family to love to hate, all of it in between. We were figuring it out because I was 15 and she was 18, and we didn't really know like what was going on, and so we've never seen each other any differently. So when I listen to it, I hear, I'm so impressed how it's eloquently put.
Yeah.
It's very clear that you literally.
And that is, you know, I do just, you love it when the girls get to remain friends and don't have any sort of like weird dust-ups with each other. As much as, you know, sometimes Taylor's relationships with other people can maybe feel a little transactional sometimes, like with the Ice Spice stuff. With Selena, it's always felt very, very genuine. So the fact that Selena is like confirming that Dorothea is about her, it's nice. It's nice to hear. And Dorothea is one of her best songs ever. Ever. That one's great. So good for Selena for that one being about her. Speaking of friendships, though, and girls fighting, Demi did say that she continues to have a friendship with Selena, which we have never really gotten confirmation specifically.
Well, what was beautiful is Selena and I had a friendship prior to Disney Channel because we actually were on Barney together. And so I felt this safety when I came into the Disney Channel having a built-in friendship there already. And I'm so grateful for that. We'll always be grateful for the friendship that I have and continue to have with her. But
now, how close are they currently? I don't know. And it does seem like previously when they were not friends that maybe Taylor had something to do with that from some of the things that Demi said. But it's nice to know that they have some sort of friendship that's currently ongoing. Now, I know that we all had well, not we all, but some people in the chat had some reactions to the little bits of Benny Blanco's feet that we saw a minute ago. I'm going to warn everyone that there is going to be more Benny Blanco feet on the screen now. So if you don't want to look, I mean, it's going to be up for a bit. Here's another clip from his podcast of his feet looking hella fucking dirty, and also of him farting.
And impacted society.
Wait, see if you guys can pick this up.
I was gonna pick up. I like that.
That was just a little.
It was a little squeak.
They are so fucking dirty, and they're on that goddamn couch. Now, according to him, his feet are not the problem. It was a problem with the facilities. Here he is on Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Yeah, Benny's feet are very dirty.
Real? Okay.
I noticed that too, Jimmy.
Wait.
Please explain.
Okay, first of all.
Inexplicable.
First of all, it's the facility's fault. It's not mine. The floors are. I have great feet. Hold on.
Now you're saying the facility.
It's Kristen and
Dave's house.
Someone zoom in on my foot. Look at that.
We can't see the bottom.
Okay,
yeah,
look at that foot. Clean foot. Look at that. Are you kidding me?
It was the first day we filmed anything, so the crew was coming in and out. It probably was a little bit.
You should get an OnlyFans for that thing.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Wait, can you take that off for a second, real quick? Because your foot has an afro also.
Yeah.
It's really remarkable. I've never seen. Yeah.
The hair.
Yeah. On the other side, you've got a little foot afro.
Yeah, but focus on the good part.
Yeah. How about that?
Hair. I got hair.
So you're saying that Dave's floors are not clean, and that's the reason that your foot.
On that day, it was.
Thank
dirty.
you.
On that day.
On a few days. A few of the days it's been dirty.
You know how floors get.
Right. We started cleaning.
I didn't mean to drive a wedge between you.
So that's his explanation. I saw someone say, why is he sockless in the first place? He always is. He loves walking around without his socks or shoes on, just everywhere. I could never be like that. My fucking mother. I mean, I am that way in my home, but he walks around outside like that. My mom drilled into my head when I was younger that if I walked around outside, that I was gonna step on a bee and get stung. And I didn't really believe her, but then the one day that I did it and I went outside without my shoes on, I stepped on a motherfucking bee and I did get stung. Somehow twice. I think I only stepped on one bee, but there were like 2 stingers inside of my foot. And now I wear shoes every time I go outside. But clearly other people walk around outside without shoes on and don't get stung by bees. So I don't know if maybe like somehow my mom passed on some fucking curse to me. I don't know. But she did end up being right that one time. But Benny walks around without shoes on all the time. But so anyway, Selena was getting a whole bunch of shit for the fact that her husband's feet are dirty. And so she posted what people were saying was a response to that. So it says, Selena Gomez says she loves Benny Blanco more after his dirty bare feet and mic fart. She just posted on Instagram, I fall more and more in love with you every day. People were taking that as her being like, I like his feet and I like the fact that he farts, which maybe she does, because here's the thing. We're not quite done looking at Benny Blanco's feet yet. When she came on and did that episode of the podcast with her on the pod, she took the opportunity.
My mom said I was very... They like that.
To kiss his feet.
My mom said I was very... They like that.
Oh, don't make it a moment.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I liked it. It made me feel good. I love you so much.
Oh.
My mom said...
I can't. Here's the thing. I think they're cute. They're cute. It is gross. But you know what? Love is gross sometimes. It's very gross. And something that Ivy Woke, I don't know how you pronounce it. Ivy Walk? Ivy Woke? Ivy Walk? Posted onto Instagram. I do think it's probably true. Y'all don't understand the charm of dating a guy who is a little gross when you are a chronically ill girl, because when you're having diarrhea and throwing up and getting surgery, he not shaken. Y'all won't get it. I think that's kind of true to an extent. Like, especially, I don't even know, I think maybe the chronic illness plays a role in it because, yeah, she probably does have, like, medical stuff that causes her to feel grosser sometimes than she would when she's not, you know, on, I don't know what her daily regimen is, but yeah, it's like, you got diarrhea side effects from stuff, you're gonna be gross sometimes. But also, like, she's the most followed person on Instagram. She's been thought of as this, like, beautiful woman for so long. It maybe even just feels good to be with someone who doesn't fucking care what you look like and who doesn't care what they look like as much, you know? It probably is just nice for her to be with someone that she doesn't think is as shallow as some of the other guys she's maybe dated, who would have cared what she does or doesn't look like, and who are obsessed with their own looks, where they would never be shown having dirty ass feet like Benny Blanco. She likes it, and I like it for her. It's nice. And she likes his dirty fucking feet. That's her shit. Now, speaking of... Oh, and you know what else? I didn't even have this in my notes, but I saw this too. So speaking of the fact that she's the most followed person on Instagram and of this podcast with Benny Blanco, she did something recently where it was like a secret friends list, because I guess the podcast is called tell your friends secrets or something, or I don't know what it's called. It has something to do with friends and secrets is the podcast. She had on Instagram a secret friends list, which is it looked kind of like a close friends list. You know how that's like a little green thing, but it was yellow. And when you clicked on it, it said secret friends. And I was like, what the hell is this? I saw it on her Instagram story when I was just looking at it myself. And I was like, is this a new feature? That there's a secret friends list that's different from the close friends list? And how the fuck did I get on it? And what I thought at first, I was like, maybe it's like a thing where if you're in like the top percentile of someone's like followers, of like, oh, you interact with their posts more than 50% of the people that follow them, maybe you get onto this secret friends list. Because I could buy that. I was like, I could understand why, if that was what was happening, I was like, I guess maybe I like her posts sometimes, or I look at her story maybe more often than other people. Maybe that's how I got onto this secret friends list. Turns out, no. Everyone was on it. Literally everyone. It didn't make any difference. It was just like a promotional thing for Benny's podcast. Which is interesting. I guess, you know, when your wife is the most followed person on Instagram, you can just get promo like that. I don't know why it would even really promote his podcast that much, though, because it's like, was everyone going to make that connection? You were on Billy's close friends before? How the fuck did you get on that? Oh, they did the same thing with Billy? Everyone was just on the close friends list? What is the point to, like, if everyone's on it? I could understand, again, if it was something that was based on engagement or something. That, like, you engage with Billy's posts more than other people, you get onto, like, a special fan list. But why everybody? What is the point there? I don't know. Very odd. Anyway, Lily Allen is apparently dating Sigmund Freud's great-great-grandson. So there's that. She's also on tour now. So the tour is just, I guess she is literally just doing the entire album front to back, which makes sense because it's a story. So I guess some people were upset about the fact that the whole thing is only like 45 minutes long because the album is about 45 minutes long, though I guess it actually is a little bit longer than that. People were exaggerating a bit. But they also did, her supporting act is a string trio performance of her hits with the word on the screen for the audience to sing along, that's fun. I like that. That's really cute. But people were upset by the length of the show, and then also people are still just being like, oh, she made a whole album about how her husband cheated on her. Why doesn't she make an album about how she cheated on her first husband? And it's like, well, she did. I mean, she didn't make like necessarily a whole album about it, but there are definitely references to it on her previous album, and it's something that she's spoken about. The whole thing about everyone talking about how she cheated on her first husband, it's like, yeah, she doesn't deny that. The only reason you even know that happened is because she admitted it. And she didn't do what people are accusing her of, which is saying that, like, it didn't count because it was with a woman. She said that at the time that was how she justified it, which she now realizes is ridiculous. So, but people are still going with that line and doing a whole bunch of other stuff. So someone tweeted, this smear campaign against Lily Allen came out of nowhere, and she said, it's coming from somewhere, but we move. So I guess the implication there, and she says bots, not as good as Birkins. I suppose the implication there is that David Harbour is launching this smear campaign against her, and I've talked about this before. People have accused both of them of launching smear campaigns against one another, her doing it against him and planting stories in the Daily Mail, and then him doing it against her with these, like, all this discourse online about her. It's possible with Lily being at the center, maybe she knows more about it than I do. From what I can see, it doesn't look fully inorganic to me. I think that the backlash against both of them seems pretty normal internet stuff. I do think that there probably are a lot of bots, because the internet, especially Twitter at this point, is just full of bots. But I don't know that the bots are necessarily that targeted. I think they're just kind of going for, like, you know, highly, like, topics with a high engagement rate, I think is most likely what's happening. But maybe, again, maybe she knows more than I do, and maybe this really is, like, a targeted smear campaign from David Harbour, or maybe even from someone else. I don't know. I just, from what I've seen, I'm like, this looks like normal internet to me. But I don't know. I don't know. Because the thing for me, too, is, like, I just don't know what he would have to do a smear campaign regarding. I know that, obviously, her album doesn't paint him in a good light, and so maybe he's upset about that. But ultimately, they do have to get through the rest of the divorce, I think. I don't think they're legally divorced quite yet. So maybe he's trying to, like, lobby in that way to get people against her so that he comes out better in the divorce. But they're not fighting over custody or anything. So I just don't know what his goal would be, what he would be doing it for, other than just maybe trying to rectify his own image. But even then, I just don't know how much of a bot campaign you would need for that. But I don't know. Maybe he is. It does just seem like at this point that he's got other things to worry about, though. Now, moving on. Our final topic before we get to the main topic. Speaking of divorcing or not divorcing your husband, Pink is clarifying claims that she is split from her longtime husband, Carey Hart. Now, what's interesting is that it got reported in People, which People is the publication that is the most kind of celebrity friendly, where they don't run stories without talking to someone on a celebrity's, like, immediate team. So the fact that it got reported in People does make me think that, like, maybe there was some truth to it. I don't know. She's denying it. Here's what she says.
Hi, everybody. Oops, I left my refrigerator open.
Man, these fucking rich people. They're just leaving their refrigerator doors open because it doesn't matter to them.
On my way to a beer. So I was just alerted to the fact that I'm separated from my husband. I didn't know. Thank you, People Magazine. Thank you, Us Weekly. Thank you for letting me know. I was wondering, would you also like to tell our children? My 14-year-old and 9-year-old are also unaware. Or do you want to talk about some real news? Do you want to talk about the Epstein files? Do you want to talk about systemic racism or misogyny in sports, or how classy the women's hockey team is, or how 8 of the 12 medals won in the Olympics this year for the U.S. were won by women? Or do you maybe want to talk about the fact that I got nominated the first year I was eligible for the Rock and Roll motherfucking Hall of Fame? Do you want to talk about my accomplishments, or do you only want to talk about my supposed demise? So, fake news, not true. I fucking hate that term. I love you all. Go with God, and trash news, you can do better. Night, night.
I get why she would want to clarify, but the whole thing about, like, do you want to talk about something more important? It's like, well, it's a celebrity outlet. I mean, if people get divorced or they get separated, usually there's some sort of announcement, you know, like, that's just sort of normal stuff. It's not necessarily meant to distract anyone, because let's be honest, no one really would have cared that much, you know, like, especially with Pink and Carey. If they got a divorce, I'd be like, yeah, that's a long time coming, I guess. They've separated multiple times. She once said that they didn't have sex for like 2 years or something, which is fine. You don't have to. You can have sex at your own pace. But it was a little bit weird of like, do you like each other? I don't know why you're even publicizing it necessarily. It seems like if that's something that works for you as a couple, then sure, then that works for you. But it seemed like maybe that didn't work. But I don't know. There's always been something a little bit weird about their relationship. But she's saying they're still together, so I'll go ahead and believe her. But it's like the whole thing about, do you want to talk about all these other things? Or talk about the fact that she got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame the first year she was eligible? It's like, well, I'm sure a lot of people did talk about that at the time. I'm sure that was something that, like, when you were inducted, people mentioned that, of like, oh, this is the first year that she was eligible, you know? It's just not really, why would someone make an article about it right now? A little weird, but okay, they're not getting a divorce. She is currently taking over the Kelly Clarkson show because Kelly is stepping down. She is leaving the show. I don't know if Pink is going to be the permanent replacement. It seems like that's maybe what she's gunning for. But there was this moment from her recent hosting gig that was kind of embarrassing to watch. Not on Pink's part, but here's Chloe Kim, an Olympic snowboarder.
Can I make a confession?
Yeah.
Growing up, when I was like 12, 13, I loved listening to your music when I would snowboard. Like, what doesn't kill you makes you... Yeah.
That's Kelly
Dropping
Clarkson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God.
But that's fine, because I'm Kelly Clarkson
No,
today.
yeah, you are Kelly Clarkson today. No, but, oh my gosh, no. Perfect. Wait, guys, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
You're good. I took a nap before I came on here today, and I literally woke up 5 minutes ago. But no, I love your music. I do.
But wait, is it true that you want to record your own music eventually?
So, like, I was on The Masked Singer, and I feel like I was really into that idea when I was on, because I was in that mode.
And you're over it?
But now I'm kind of like, that sounds like a lot of work. I don't know how you guys do it. Can I make a confession?
I get it, though. For one thing, let's be honest. All of those, like, anthemic empowerment songs, they all kind of sound the same. Like, What Doesn't Kill You Makes You Stronger easily could have been a Pink song. It's not that different necessarily from, like, Raise Your Glass, or as she said, and she came really quickly with Fucking Perfect, which is it is a Pink song, so, like, she does know the discography fairly well. But yeah, that was just embarrassing. And I wonder too, like, if she maybe had that kind of anecdote saved for the Kelly Clarkson show, thinking like, oh, Kelly Clarkson's gonna be there, and then she didn't think to, like, change the song. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it's the Kelly Clarkson show, so she did say a Kelly Clarkson song, so. And again, they sound similar. They sound really fucking similar. She's been rubbing me the wrong way since her Israel stance, though fun fact, I served her when I worked at a hotel. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I didn't love the Israel thing, and especially, I can kind of be forgiving of people who, like, right after October 7th said something, because I think a lot of people were just not informed at all, but I think she made another comment more recently where I was like, oh, not great. Not incredible. But she's very talented. Now, here's another thing that was coming out about her hosting stint, and I don't know if this was ever true. This went around on, like, Britney Twitter for a bit and got the girls talking. It says, Pink plans to use her week as a guest host of the Kelly Clarkson show to try to bring Britney Spears back to TV for an interview, but with one clear rule: no musical performances whatsoever. The proposal is for Britney to participate only in an intimate conversation without any pressure to sing, perform, or promote projects. The idea came about after Britney stated she had no intention of performing in the United States anymore, saying that if she were to sing in public again, it would only be in an intimate setting and outside of the country. Pink, who has a long-standing friendship and supportive relationship with Britney, would be respecting these boundaries and offering a safe space to talk about her life, personal growth, and emotional recovery without any focus on her career or controversies. The timing is also strategic, as Britney recently closed a multi-million-dollar deal to sell parts of her music catalog, which reduces the need for promotion. Executives believe that, even without music, the interview could be one of the year's most watched episodes, precisely because of its human, intimate tone that's outside the usual talk show mold. Now, this, again, was going around on Stan Twitter a little bit. I don't know if this actually was something Pink was planning or thought that she could do, but some people on Stan Twitter thought that this could be a reality, that maybe Britney would go onto the Kelly Clarkson show to talk to Pink, and I was just like, there's just no fucking way. First of all, this idea that with one clear rule, no musical performances whatsoever, that was the thing that was like gonna sell Britney on the idea. Do we think no one's tried that? Do we think that everyone who's ever wanted to interview Britney post-conservatorship has been like, but you have to perform a song? No. If she had wanted to do an interview with anybody, she could have done it with Oprah, she could have done it with like Gail, she could have literally done it with any person. Any person would jump at the opportunity to interview Britney Spears. Now, maybe she would be more comfortable doing it if it was like another singer or something, someone from her era that she is kind of comfortable with, possibly. But I don't think so. I don't think that she's interested in doing interviews at all. And we've seen that throughout these last few years. I don't know why anything would change. It's something where I just think that a lot of Britney fans are really in denial of the fact that, like, she's retired for the time being. Maybe she'll come back at some point, but at this current moment, she is retired. She doesn't want to do any performances. She doesn't want to do any interviews. She just wants to be left alone. And I think that a lot of fans have trouble really grasping that fact. So people were kind of clinging to this idea that she was going to come and do a Kelly Clarkson show interview with Pink. And it just never fucking made sense at all. But that brings us to our main event. I have been keeping an eye on things for a while. I mean, since the conservatorship, not even since the conservatorship ended. I've been keeping an eye on Britney Spears for many, many years, and that did not stop when the conservatorship ended. However, I don't really like to talk about Britney at the current moment because she's been so overexposed for so long. I think that she does just want privacy at this current moment. And a lot of the discourse around her is just very unproductive, very toxic, very judgmental. I don't know the state that she's in currently. There are things that she's done that kind of worries me. There are things that I'm just so glad that she is now free. But it's not something that I really want to be like a huge point of discourse all the time. I don't want us to always be checking in on what Britney Spears is doing. We've as a culture been doing that since 1998. And at some point, we do need to, just leave Britney alone. So I don't want to talk about her consistently. However, obviously something has happened in the last week that has brought discourse around her back to the forefront. And so, as much as I don't want to invade her privacy or give it too much attention, I do think that there's been enough conversations around her that it's worth confronting some of it, because especially like it's a similar thing with like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff, a little bit of like, there are some things that are so ridiculous that you think like, oh, I shouldn't even need to address that, like the idea that she fucking pooped in her bed. But then because it proliferates on the internet and because people use it as a talking point, at some point you do need to address it and you do need to dispel it, because if you don't do that, it will continue growing with or without your your input. So at some point, as Britney fans, we do need to occasionally address some of the stuff that's being said, just so that we can be very clear that what Britney is currently going through or not going through, we still don't really know the details, but whatever it is, none of it is a justification for a conservatorship, the way that some people are trying to spin it. So let's go through. Here's our Britney slideshow for the time being. I wanted to put this photo on for the first photo just because this is one of my favorite photos of her. One of my favorite, like, days of her. Just wearing her little cutoff crop. Her little sexy Pepsi style crop. No bra. Little bit of underboob in some shots. Perfect. No one's ever looked hotter than this. No one has ever looked hotter than this. And so let's go through. So we do have to, before we talk about current events, let's do a little history lesson. Let's remember how we got here. So in 2007, she had her infamous breakdown. This is something that people associate for the most part with, you know, the head shaving thing. That was the big, like, cultural moment that everyone remembers. Britney shaved her head. Everyone thought she was insane for that. I do think that, like, I mean, she looks good. What can you say? Like, she's got the bone structure to pull it off. You know, is it maybe a regrettable moment? I don't know. You'd really have to ask Britney. I don't really even know that she regrets it as much as some people think that she would. But it's still just not the weirdest thing that a celebrity's ever done. It's not the weirdest thing that any person's ever done. It's just fucking hair. It's just hair. But there were some other things happening in 2007 that led up to the conservatorship. It wasn't like she just shaved her head and then that was that. So there were a few things. She was struggling mentally. She has talked since then about struggling with postpartum depression after the birth of her two sons. She had them, like, right back to back. They're pretty much just like a year apart. So, like, really, as soon as she was able to have another baby, she had another baby. Those are her first two babies. She had them at, like, 24, 25 is when the second one was born. So, you know, really freshly postpartum when all this went down. Had a partner who was not super supportive, who left her in the middle, like 2 or 3 months after she gave birth to the second baby. K-Fed was gone. Completely abandoned her. So, delicate state emotionally at the time. I mean, some women get such bad postpartum psychosis that they fucking kill their children. So even in relation to, like, what postpartum hormones can make you do, Britney doesn't really touch the, like, worst of the worst cases, for sure. She also was being hounded by paparazzi at the time. Just an insane sea of people around her. I don't think people really realize, especially if you're a lot younger, how bad paparazzi culture was at that time and how much of it was centered around Britney Spears. Like, she made up about, I think, 1/3 of the entire paparazzi industry. Like, photos of her made up about 1/3 of that economy. It was just, you can't imagine it if you weren't there, because there's nothing like it today. Yes, paparazzi is still bad, but if you watch that video of Chappell that we showed earlier, of her, like, filming people around her, and I don't want to, like, lessen what Chappell is dealing with, but it's like, it is nothing compared to the scene that Britney had to exist in. I mean, you couldn't walk in front of you. Or she couldn't. You can't even really see her in this photo, but she's in there. She also, at the time, got linked up with this guy, Sam Lutfi, who was her, like, manager for a time. Very shady guy. Shady in relation to his interactions with Britney. Also other people as well, like Courtney Love got a restraining order against him, alongside Courtney Love's daughter and her, I think, sister. Not a good guy. How much he contributed to Britney's breakdown it's really hard to say, because while I definitely don't trust Sam Lutfi, I also don't trust Britney's family. And they definitely tried to, like, scapegoat Sam for a lot of stuff, including stuff that, like, there just isn't great evidence that he did. But according to them, he was, like, drugging Britney. He was controlling her like, daily movements. He would, like, hide her dog, and then she would get upset 'cause she couldn't find her dog, and then he would pull out her dog and say that, look, I found your dog, so that she would be grateful to him. So, like, a lot of psychological manipulation, allegedly. He would allegedly, like, disable her cars so that she couldn't leave the property. He would invite paparazzi into their house. What all of that is true, I just don't know. Because, again, it's like the sources, it's like Sam Lutfi's word versus the Spears family's word. And neither of those are trustworthy sources as far as I'm concerned. But for sure, he was around her at that time. And I don't think that he had necessarily had, like, a positive impact on her. Yes, he was also sniffing around Amanda Bynes as well. And with the Amanda Bynes case, it's actually interesting because he seemed to be working with Amanda's family for that more. Because when Amanda got when she got 5150'd, he was a part of the, like, orchestration for that plot alongside Amanda's parents. So I don't know, but then I think that they cut him off after they got her into a conservatorship too, so I don't know exactly what his role was in everything. I don't think that he was a part of Amanda's life for that long, but long enough, it seems, to get her 5150'd. Then, with all that, as tension is rising with Britney and her life, and she does seem to be spiraling to some extent, you know, going out partying a fair amount, not maybe as much as people were saying that she was, but seeming to be, like, drowning her sorrows to some extent, and also just not making great choices at times. She also was cutting off her family, and they were getting very upset. So they really, really wanted back in to that bubble. She cut off a lot of her family members. She also cut off members of her team. She was surrounded by Sam Lutfi, who was not the best influence. She was postpartum. She was not religious anymore, which I do think is something that people don't really realize how much Christianity came into the conservatorship, especially at the beginning, where allegedly, and there are people that have stated this who were there, one of the big reasons that the conservatorship was put into place is that, so Jamie Spears, he started working with Lou Taylor, who is a business manager who had been working with Jamie Lynn, the kid, well, now she's not a kid, she's an adult, but Britney's then kid sister. She was Jamie Lynn's business manager. She got, like, really wrapped up in the family. Very religious woman. Her husband is, like, a pastor. She was convinced that she could cure Britney with religion. And this is something that if you look into it, there is quite a lot of reason to believe that this is a huge factor in the inception of the conservatorship, because even if you read Lynn Spears' book, Lynn was very upset about the fact that Britney didn't seem to be as dedicated of a Christian as she used to be. And then Lou is, like, a very strictly religious person. She at some point, using Britney's money, took Jamie on a trip to, I think it was Jerusalem, to do some sort of religious thing. And then apparently, allegedly, in the first few years of the conservatorship, Britney was only allowed to read, like, Christian materials. She wasn't allowed to read, like, secular books and stuff. Allegedly. That's what people around her have said. But so, Lou Taylor and the family are trying to get Britney back under their reins so that they can fix the situation. This is an email that Lou sent to one of Jamie's lawyers at the time. This is from 2008, January 30th, So one of the lawyers says to Lou, we have run into a problem with our judge selection. The only judge who will be able to hear our case on Friday is the one who will not give Jamie the power to administer psychotropic drugs to be. The first time she is off the bench is Wednesday. This is the first safe day to be in court on this matter. If we go earlier, all of this work could well be for virtually nothing, as Jamie will be able to get her diagnosed but not get her treated. So they were kind of shopping around for specific judges that would allow them to administer drugs to Britney, which under most conservatorships in the state of California is not legal. Especially they were getting her into a probate conservatorship. If you put someone into an LPS conservatorship, that's different because that's specifically for treatment, but those are temporary. They last for 1 year, and then after a year you have to get them reestablished. They don't just they don't renew automatically like a probate. A probate conservatorship just kind of goes on indefinitely until it ends. Until you specifically end it. An LPS conservatorship ends at 1 year, and then you have to get it put back in place if you want it longer than that. But they wanted a permanent conservatorship. They wanted a probate. They wanted control, especially probate. Probate planning is like estate planning. So they wanted access to her money. They wanted their hands in all of that, and they wanted it to be indefinite, but they also still wanted to make her take specific drugs. So they found a judge who would allow them to do that. Britney then got 5150 twice in the end of, I think maybe middle-ish of January for the first one, very end of January for the second. So we see this one is January 31st, so this is literally a day after they sent this email about this is the time frame that we have to be on in order to get Britney diagnosed and get her put under a conservatorship by a judge that would allow us to give her drugs. Now, here's the thing. With Britney's first 5150, there are definitely some suspicious circumstances around that, about who called the 5150, what Britney had been told, because that all related to an incident with her in her bathroom with one of her sons, because a security guard who worked for Kevin Federline showed up to get the sons to take them back to Kevin's house because this was the end of Britney's visitation. Britney, we still really don't know exactly what happened, but supposedly Britney had been told that Kevin had changed his mind and he was allowing her to keep the boys longer. And then, so she locked herself in the bathroom with the sons, and then they freaked out and were like, oh my God, Britney's locking herself in a bathroom with one of the kids. She's preventing us from taking him to Kevin. And so a 5150 got called. She got put into an ambulance. There's suspicious stuff around that of who called the ambulance. Was Britney told that she could keep the boys longer? By who? We still don't know all the details on that. The second hospitalization is even weirder. We still to this day don't know why the second 5150 was called in. We just don't know whatsoever. And everyone is kind of blaming each other. So in her book, this is from a New Yorker piece, Lynn writes in her memoir that Lutfi called her 2 days later to tell her that somebody was coming to try to commit Britney again. Lutfi maintains that Spears' doctor called in a second 5150. Others close to the situation speculate that Lutfi said something to the doctor to trigger the call, an allegation that he denies. Butcher, Lynn, Lutfi, and Spears were at the house when the police banged on the door and then marched in. It was a freaking circus. You would think it was a SWAT team taking down a drug ring, Butcher said. Butcher is one of Lynn's, at the time, friends. She's the mother of one of the kids on Zoe 101. Cops, helicopters, fire departments, you name it. Spears, Butcher added, was cooperative but crying and shaking as they strapped her to a gurney. At one point, Butcher said she moved to comfort Spears, and a first responder shouted at her to freeze and keep her distance. Spears was loaded into an ambulance alone and taken to UCLA Medical Center, flanked by a police convoy the length of a football field. So we don't know. Maybe Lutfi called in the 5150. Who's to say? Some people, including I think maybe even Britney, think that Lynn and the rest of the family did it specifically maybe to get onto this timeline of, we need to get Britney to be seen by this particular judge who will be there on this particular day. We don't know, but it definitely, no matter what they did or did not do to put these events into motion, the timing definitely worked out for Team Spears. They put her into a conservatorship, and it says, from that moment, the proceedings moved with remarkable speed. The next morning, with Spears still at the hospital, Jamie Lynn and Butcher went to a small courtroom in downtown Los Angeles. Butcher had been told that she would be required to give more testimony and answer questions. Instead, according to Butcher, Lynn told her it's taken care of. The judge, Reva Goetz, who has since retired, arrived and announced that the conservatorship had been granted. The whole process was maybe 10 minutes, Butcher said. No one testified. No questions were asked. At the time, she felt relief that she'd helped to protect Spears. Now she is haunted by the event. A conservatorship was granted without ever talking to her, she said. And whatever they claim about any input she had behind the scenes, how could you have assessed her then? Shouldn't you wait a week, then interview her? She never had a chance. Goetz disputed this account, saying that there were lengthy confidential discussions addressing Spears' health, and that it was incorrect to say that Spears was not meaningfully assessed or given opportunities for input. She added, I can tell you unequivocally that I did not coordinate anything related to the case with anyone connected to the case before it came in. But that's where I'm like, what do you mean? Because if you're saying that there were lengthy confidential discussions, that sounds like you were coordinating with her team. Because when were those lengthy discussions when the only time Britney could have been assessed in person was when she was at the hospital and the conservatorship got put in while she was at the hospital? Those aren't lengthy conversations. She just got there. You got a whole bunch of information beforehand, it sounds like, from Britney's team. And what's extra kind of fucked about this is, like, it is already just absurd the speed at which this whole process moved. But then additionally so when you realize that one of the main allegations they were making against Sam Lutfi is that he was drugging Britney. So at the time that Britney was being assessed, she was probably still under the influence of those substances, if that was actually what was happening in the first place. You can't assess her actual mental health if you're assessing her at a time when she's being drugged by somebody else. It just never made any sense. Either Sam Lutfi was the problem, and her getting away from Sam Lutfi and detoxing from whatever the fuck he had her on was the solution, or Sam Lutfi wasn't the problem, in which case you can't really use Sam as your go-to excuse for why you needed to put the conservatorship into place right away, like they did, because they said that they needed to get a restraining order on Britney's behalf. But then it's like, okay, well, once you've gotten the restraining order on Britney's behalf, and once you've given her time to be away from Sam and, like, recenter herself away from him, why did it go on for 13 years after that? It never made any sense. And then it says, California requires that conservatees be given 5 days notice before a conservatorship takes effect, but this can be bypassed if a judge decides that they could suffer immediate and substantial harm. Goetz appointed a probate lawyer named Sam Ingham as Spears' advocate, and then granted the conservator's petition to waive the requirements to notify her that any of this was happening. Ingham remains in the role. This is at the time. He did step down before the conservatorship was ended, but he was there for most of it. Spears covers his annual salary of $520,000. Her own living expenses in 2019 were $438,360,000. So the whole system was really fucked from the beginning. Britney really was never properly assessed. She also was denied the opportunity to hire her own attorneys. And they diagnosed her with dementia. I certainly believe that Britney might have some sort of mental illness or some sort of maybe cognitive disorder or something. I don't know. But she doesn't have dementia. There's just no fucking way. Especially at that age, and the way that, like, she continued to work for 13 years after that without the dementia progressing to a point that would fully incapacitate her from being able to do, like, world tours and release new albums and do all this other stuff that she was doing. There's just no way that she had dementia. And that's something that I think people really don't realize is like Britney did not get put into a conservatorship for bipolar. She got put into one for dementia. And specifically for dementia because dementia is one of the like, it's one of the few exceptions to California's conservatorship rules where in order to give someone specific treatment and administer specific drugs to them, you usually have to put them under an LPS conservatorship, which is temporary because it's just for treatment. But if they have dementia, you can't put them into an LPS conservatorship because that's a progressive illness. It's not going to get better. So you put them into a probate conservatorship, and some judges will allow you to administer specific drugs if they have dementia. So that is the reason that they would want her in put under with a dementia diagnosis, is so they can put her into a probate conservatorship that's indefinite, and so that they can give her drugs. From the earliest days of the conservatorship, Spears appeared to chafe against her constraints. While hospitalized, she had contacted a lawyer named Adam Streisand. He represented her in a court hearing on February 4th, attesting that Spears had a strong desire that Jamie not be a conservator. But the judge, based on a report from Ingham and testimony from Spar, ruled that Spears had no capacity to retain an attorney. Spears spoke with another lawyer, John Eardley, who attempted to move the case to a federal court. The lawyers for the conservatorship argued that Britney lacked the capacity to hire Mr. Eardley to file the notice of removal on her behalf and therefore could not have hired him. The lawyers noted that Spears did not have the right to meet with legal counsel. Sam Ingham, who met with Spears for about 15 minutes, 2 days after the conservatorship was granted, when he visited her at the UCLA hospital. Several sources close to the situation felt that Ingham was loyal to the conservatorship and to Jamie, despite nominally representing Spears. Butcher recalled Jamie saying that Ingham reported to him on Spears' movements and activities. Ingham did not respond to repeated requests for comment on this story. So fully everything around Britney is now in control of the conservatorship. Her own lawyer pretty much just works for the conservatorship. She then, once the conservatorship is put into place, continues to work, goes right back to working, is doing a world tour. She did multiple albums. She did multiple years of a Vegas residency. She released multiple perfumes. She did clothing lines. She did appearances on TV shows. The amount of work that Britney was doing from 2008 until 2021 was unbelievable. And I think that a lot of people don't even realize that because the Free Britney thing really didn't start popping off culturally, like in the mainstream, until about like 2019, 2020-ish. 2021 is when the New York Times documentary came out, which did seem to push the needle a little bit more. I think a lot of people think about Britney's conservatorship as being something that was established much more recently than it actually was, and they don't realize that she was in it from 2008 to 2021. Like Circus, Femme Fatale, Britney Jean, Glory, all those albums, all those eras, those are all under the control of the conservatorship. And so all the stuff that she did at that time, she was doing for the financial benefit of other people. She also, this is like a little infographic from years ago of like pop stars' net worths, and people were very confused as to why Britney's net worth was down here, making about like half the amount of Jessica Simpson and Jennifer Lopez, when she probably should have been up here with like Taylor and Beyonce and Rihanna, because she's Britney fucking Spears. But the thing is that throughout the entire conservatorship, from 2008 to 2021, her net worth barely changed. It didn't matter how much work she was doing. It didn't matter how much money she was taking in technically, like how much money the Britney brand was taking in. For whatever reason, it never seemed to reach Britney's accounts. And that is something that, like, most of the time net worth is just an estimation of how much they think that your businesses and your properties and stuff are worth, and they add it all up. With Britney, we knew exactly how much money she had and how much money she had access to because she was in a conservatorship where her finances were recorded and were put through like the courts every single year. So we always had access to see how much money Britney had, and we always had access to see that during the conservatorship, her accounts never seemed to be growing significantly. It was always about like $60,000 to $80,000, or $60 to $80 million, which never really made sense. I mean, her perfume business itself, she has like the top celebrity perfume franchise of anybody. That alone is worth like $1 billion. Granted, not all of it's going to go to her anyway. Most of it's going to go to Elizabeth Arden, the company. But it still doesn't make sense that she's only worth $60 million. And then this is the amount of money that Jamie Spears was taking officially every single year. So like he took over $1 million, almost $2 million in 2011. For what? Because he was getting paid like conservatorship fees, and then also Britney had to pay for his office or something, which like, what the fuck does he need an office for? But it's like, even this, with the amount of money that seemed to be missing from her accounts, even this, it doesn't add up. We still don't know where all the money went. We still have no fucking clue. We also, in that entire time that Britney was performing and doing all this stuff and promoting shit, one big issue that came up again and again and again with different interviewers is that you can't really talk to her. When you do an interview with Britney, it's always with like these huge stipulations and these huge barriers. There's often another person in the room with you to prevent you from going off topic and prevent Britney from going off topic and not sticking to the script of what was agreed she would be saying in the interview. So that becomes a big thing too, of like, Britney isn't accessible to anyone outside of the conservatorship. We cannot hear from her. We could not hear from her at the time. So, and that was something too with the conservatorship, is there was an idea at the time that maybe Britney liked it, because there were a few times where she got sued and then didn't have to testify at all and didn't have to meaningfully participate in some lawsuits because there was the argument that, well, she's in a conservatorship, so she's clearly not able to take the stand because she's not in her right mind enough, even though apparently she's in her right mind enough to do world tours. But okay, there was this idea of like, maybe it's protecting her, maybe she likes it, but because no one could talk to her, no one would know. In the conservatorship itself, Britney was under extreme control. So her phone was monitored. All of her phone activity was monitored through like iCloud mirroring. So when she texted people, when she downloaded an app, when she Googled something, her team could see exactly what she was doing. Supposedly, this is something that some people around her have since said, allegedly, they would sometimes go into her phone and block numbers without her knowledge so that she couldn't text certain people, or if she texted them, they wouldn't text back and she didn't know why. Allegedly, they changed some of the phone numbers in her contact list so that she wouldn't be texting that person at all. So that's, and it's so fucked up. Because here's the thing too, with where she's currently at, she never got the opportunity in those 13 to 14 years, and it really was way closer to 14 years. It technically, yeah, it was 2008 to 2021, but it was the beginning of 2008 and then the very end of 2021. So it's much closer to 14 years. In those 14 years, she didn't have any opportunity to actually develop like close relationships with people outside of the conservatorship. Everyone around her were people that had some sort of allegiance to the conservatorship, which would completely destroy her ability to like trust other people too. So that, I think, is one of the biggest things that's affecting her post-conservatorship, is just the fact that for 14 years of her adulthood, she was not able to create like meaningful relationships with people that cared about her outside of the people who are making money off of her. And then they put a fucking listening device in her bedroom. And this is something too, I can say allegedly with like them changing the phone numbers in her phone and stuff. I think that there are witnesses who have testified to that I find reliable enough to say that probably is true. With the recording device, there's no allegedly there. The New York Times had access to the recording. They had hours, I think maybe 180 hours worth of recordings that were from a device that was placed in her bedroom without her knowledge. So that definitely happened. And it's not legal. There's no fucking, even in a conservatorship, that is not something that you can do. And I don't know how the fuck they got away with it. Now, in addition to that, speaking of the drugs and the fact that they wanted a judge to approve their administration of specific drugs to Britney, what has been reported is that Britney's security staff had an envelope with her medication in it that they would give to her at the beginning of every day, and they would not allow Britney to leave her home until she had taken that medication. Now, whether or not that medication, some of it, there are reports, and we don't know exactly what she was on the entire time, but some of the reports or allegations or rumors about some of the medication she was on and the way that they were administering it was fucking crazy. Like, putting her on Adderall on certain days and then taking her off it on other days just based on whether or not she was supposed to be working, and like completely fucking with her rhythms in very, very weird ways. And then it's also obvious if you watch, like, especially 2011, when she was on the X Factor and when she was promoting Femme Fatale, she looks drugged out. She looks like barely able to stay awake a lot of the time. And again, it's like maybe some of those medications, maybe they were helpful to whatever things she's got going on. I don't know. But I don't think that they would have been helpful in the circumstances that she was given them, given that she was being put onto live TV on the X Factor and also being put onto tour on a stage in front of thousands of people every night. Like, if this medication is making her drowsy to the point that I can tell by fucking looking at her that she looks like she's about to fall over, maybe she shouldn't be doing the things that she's doing. Maybe she should not be having the kind of career that this conservatorship wants her to have to maximize their profit if she can't stay awake because of the medication that she's on. And then there's the whole Britney Jean of it all. So even during the conservatorship, when she's being forced to work, it is becoming noticeable at a certain point that the output itself doesn't have Britney at the forefront of it. Britney Jean is an album that's pretty infamous in the Britney community because it is an album that just straight up not Britney's voice for most of the songs, for most of the like lead vocals. It's just not. I know what Britney's voice sounds like. That's not it. So even at this point, they're not even allowing herself to express herself creatively. They're just using her as a product, and they're having her promote an album and perform an album and make music videos for an album that she didn't even actually get to make. They then continue to put her onto stage in different ways. First, there were 3 tours. There were 2 tours. Yeah, Circus and then Femme Fatale. And then there was the Vegas residency piece of me that went on for a long time. And it became very obvious throughout most of that time that Britney didn't want to be there. There were some days that were better than others. But as a fan, you could notice the days that were better than others. It didn't seem like her whole heart was in it. It didn't seem like she wanted to be on stage. It seemed like she was phoning it in a lot of the time, which still for Britney Spears phoning it in is better than most pop stars on their best days. Do we know whose voice it is? It is Maya Marie. She's a background singer and a songwriter. You can hear her. There's a RuPaul song that she's on called... what is it called? I want to say something Adrenaline, but if you listen to that song, RuPaul, here, let me see if I can find it. I'll play a second of it, but I don't want to get claimed. Oh yeah, it's called Adrenaline. Let me play this a little bit. Those are the exact same vocals that are on Work Bitch. I mean, that's the same woman. I do think if you find, so like Britney, Jean, Maya Marie. Some people will do, god damn, this fucking fly, it's huge. So you can find some videos like this. Where someone has broken down where, because it's Britney's voice is on some of the songs, at least in parts, but it's like they're blending Britney's voice and Maya's voice together, and a lot of the times Maya's voice is the most dominant. Perfume, though, that song, Perfume, I think is one of the ones that was like, that one is, I think, fully Britney.
Travel the night riding on a shooting star, was lonely then, like an alien. Had to get used to it, let me know. Not alone, not alone, not alone. Turn it. Hey, come for a minute limitation.
Oh, Body Ache is the fucking worst. This one is like, the fact that you could even tell me that that was Britney Spears is so insulting. Listen to this.
You make my body a little bit stronger. I wanna dance till my body, you make my
I gotta find it. There's like one spot where it's like, it's just so fucking obvious that that is not Britney. And it's also just not a good song. Yeah, most of the album is just not Britney. Let me find Body Ache, because that one is just, there's one part, just stuff about body aches. There's one part where I'm like, you cannot tell me that that's Britney Spears. It's just like, it's like someone doing a decent Britney impression, but it's not Britney's voice.
Draw you into my flame. Tonight we take it higher. What I got ain't no game. Won't stop till you breathe heavy. There'll be no turning back. I'm all up on ya. You want it, doja. You make my body.
Just shameful. Shameful. And they got away with that too. So anyway. So yeah, Britney doesn't seem to be the lead of her career anymore. She doesn't seem to be super happy on stage anymore. Now, that did change for a minute. In 2016, I don't know what happened, but suddenly Britney's on-stage performances get a lot more life in them. She seems way happier on stage. There are some great performances from 2016. She also released her album Glory, which is one of her best albums. Yeah, the audacity of calling the album Britney Jean. Yeah, and they marketed it as her most personal album. And they gave her writing credits for every single song, which didn't make any sense, especially because one of them was a Katy Perry song that Katy had written, and Katy and some other people. And then they gave it to Britney, and then suddenly Britney had a writing credit on it. Later, a demo from Katy's version leaked. It's the exact same fucking song, so what did Britney write? And then they had to remove that writing credit after that demo came out because it became too fucking obvious that they were faking credits. But whatever. Glory comes out. Glory's incredible. Glory is just insane. So they had, she had said something on the Jonathan Ross show once, and this was one of my big tells of like, I can't fucking trust this conservatorship anymore, because for years there was this thing of like, maybe she does like it. Maybe this is something that like maybe she feels protected from it in some way, and she doesn't mind being in a conservatorship. But then she went on to the Jonathan Ross show, and she mentioned at some point, and we actually have this clip now. Let me see if I can find that, because for years we didn't have this clip. This was just something that a whole bunch of people from the studio audience said, like, I heard Britney say this, and then they cut it out of the actual show. But now we do have the full clip. It says Britney Spears addresses conservatorship in unseen clip.
I think that's an exclusive we've got out of her right here. I just hope you don't regret saying that.
Okay.
It's going to be a headline tomorrow. Britney's rice addiction. 4 bags a day. Desperate for Uncle Ben. Okay. Let me ask you about the new album, because the new album, you are more involved in this musically, I understand, than previous work. So you've taken control. You're more in control of your music than before?
Yes.
Why did it take you so long? Why did you wait till now to do it?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, but I won't get into the whole story, but...
Well, we know a lot of the whole story, so we don't have to go over the whole
Yeah,
story,
well,
or, you know, what we think
It
we
was
know.
like, I think, since the conservatorship, I'm in a conservatorship, is the 3rd year of me being under that, and I felt like a lot of the things were planned for me to do, and, you know, being told what to do, and I was just like, for this one, I want to make it my baby, and I want to do it myself, and I was very strategic about the way I did it, and, yeah, that's why it means so much to me.
Oh, that's fine.
So that got cut out of the final broadcast for years. And knowing about that is one of the things that made me turn and be like, okay, this conservatorship is suspicious as hell if she's not even allowed to talk about it in an interview. Because you could write some stuff off before as like, maybe the reason that she never talks about it in interviews. God damn, these fucking flies. Maybe she just doesn't want to. Maybe it's just too private for her. She doesn't want to speak about it. But knowing that she did speak about it once and then was shut down and told, or like they had to switch topics and then that part got cut from the broadcast, I was like, okay, so she's not allowed to talk about it. So what the fuck are they hiding? And then she says in that clip that it was the 3rd year that she was in the conservatorship. It wasn't the 3rd year. It was way more years than that. But I think maybe what she meant is the 3rd album. And even then she's technically wrong, because there were 4 albums, but I think maybe she's not counting Circus as the first album, because that happened so, there was a lot of overlap between Circus and Blackout. Like, she was working with a lot of the same producers and stuff, so I think that's what she means. But so that also confirmed, too, of like, oh, she doesn't have creative control. She's had to, as she said, like, work to get creative control over this album, and she's thinking of it as her baby. And I'm very glad that she was at least able to do that, because at this point, yeah, I do think Britney is probably retired. I don't think that she wants to be in the conservatorship anymore. Or not, she's not in the conservatorship anymore, but I don't think she wants to be in the music industry anymore because of the conservatorship and because of everything she went through there. So I'm just fucking glad we got Glory. And I'm glad that Britney Jean will never be the final Britney album. And I don't consider it a Britney album in the first place. But thank God we got Glory. And it seemed to revitalize her own, like, confidence in herself, which is why her live performances got so much better in 2016. But to the degree where she maybe started to get a little bit mouthier with her team. So this is from 2018. So right after Piece of Me wrapped up, they announced that she was going to be doing another Vegas residency called Domination. And this is from the announcement of that residency. She came up on stage. It was very awkward, very weird. She just, like, came up on stage. They put up some banners that was, like, Britney Domination. And then she walked off, got into a truck, and left. No one really knew what was going on. Supposedly she was supposed to perform that day, and she just didn't. She just walked away. But it was very confusing at the time as to what the plan was around this announcement. Now it's iconic. Now it's like, wow, she really did that. She just walked away. But at the time, it was very confusing and kind of alarming of, like, what is even happening at this point? But even with her just walking away because she didn't want to perform that day, she goes through with the rehearsals. We see some more rehearsal stuff toward the end of the year. We start getting some, like, Instagram videos and stuff of her with the dancers. Then, all of a sudden, at the beginning of January 2019, they announced that Domination has been canceled, that Britney is on an indefinite hiatus. And at the time, they blame it on her dad had some sort of medical thing. I don't even remember what it was. I think it was something with his kidneys. They blame it on that. It seemed super fucking weird. Apparently, the dancers find out around the same time that the rest of the world finds out. It's very odd. Now, what we find out since then, according to Britney, is that she had some sort of argument during one of the rehearsals. She had turned down a dance move. There was some dance move that she didn't want to do for whatever reason. I don't know what it was or why she didn't want to do it, but she said that she didn't want to do that dance move. Everyone started being really weird about the fact that she had, like, refused to do something. And then very quickly after that, her team puts her on lithium. She says out of nowhere. And she didn't like being on it. It made her feel really weird. She said that the dose that she was on seemed too high. She eventually gets put into a mental health facility. They at the time say that she went in of her own free will. We have since learned that that does not seem to be the case whatsoever. She was forced into this mental health facility. And she has since claimed that that facility, that she walked out of there with, like, brain damage. She said that she 100% believes that she sustained brain damage from her time in that facility or her time in the conservatorship. And I do believe that. Obviously, I don't know. I'm not Britney's doctor. I have no insight into anything, but I can say, just as a fan and as someone who has been watching Britney Spears for a long time, there was a difference between the Britney that went into the facility and the Britney that came out of it. This facility, it was a Bridges to Recovery facility in Beverly Hills. No, it was in Holmby Hills. It is no longer open. There is another Bridges to Recovery facility nearby, I think in Beverly Hills or somewhere close to that area. But the one that she was at specifically is not open anymore. I don't know what happened to her there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, I don't think that it was good. And I don't. Yeah, she walked out of it different, is all I'll say. Now, the Free Britney movement really starts to get going around the time that the announcement that she was in a mental health facility comes out. It grows for a few years, eventually gets covered by the New York Times with their Framing Britney Spears documentary, which I don't even think that that's a good documentary, to be honest with you. I think that the documentary that's way more worth watching from the New York Times is the subsequent one, Controlling Britney Spears. Framing Britney Spears was not like an investigative piece at all. It was just sort of an overview of what was happening. Controlling Britney Spears actually has like new allegations, and like they had talked to people within that camp and had a better idea of how the conservatorship worked and how abusive it was, etc. But eventually Britney becomes openly supportive of the Free Britney movement, as does her, at the time, boyfriend Sam Asghari, or they might have been engaged by this point, I don't remember. But Britney is on board with Free Britney. The conservatorship does get terminated in November of 2021. And so here's some of the stuff that's happened after that. And I have to say that, like, I did kind of expect things to go this way because, number one, Britney Spears has just always been stuck in this cycle of, like, we love her, we support her, she's a queen, she's everything, to she's out of her mind, she's crazy, she needs to be put back into control. It just, her entire career has been that. Just over and over again. And the amount that people like and support Britney is directly proportional to the amount of control that she has over her life. That has always been true. She was at the peak of her career when she was like a teenager and in her early 20s, when she was definitely under the control of her team to a fair extent. The more control of her career that she got and the more control of her work, the more the public turned on her. And then the big comeback for her, the time that everyone was like, oh, we love Britney again, was the time that she got put into the conservatorship. And then when people became aware of the fact that she was in this conservatorship and she was under the thumb of her, specifically her father, who, by the way, she never had a good relationship with in the first place, and he has plenty of allegations of abuse against him from her own mother, from, like, her fucking book that was published around the time that the conservatorship was put into place, even while her mother was supporting the conservatorship for some fucking reason. Once people became aware of all that, and all this stuff around that, they sympathized with Britney a lot, and I knew immediately, I was like, well, once she becomes free, and she can do whatever she wants again, public opinion will turn again. And that's what's happened. So, for a minute, it was still fairly positive. When Britney first got out of the conservatorship, she was still, like, definitely dealing with the trauma of everything. She seemed fairly justifiably angry. And some people were already turning on her because of that. But she also was linking up with other celebrities again. You know, she was free from the conservatorship, so she got to hang out with Madonna and Paris Hilton and Selena Gomez, Drew Barrymore, Donatella Versace. This is at her wedding. People were very excited about the wedding, and it felt like, oh yeah, Britney's getting this fairy tale ending. Even at that time, though, more trauma is kind of accruing. So on her wedding day, one of her exes, Jason Alexander, who was her husband, or briefly her husband, they did get annulled, so he's not necessarily her ex-husband, but he is a person that she was married to for about 72 hours. When they got married in Vegas in 2005 or 2004, I don't remember. But Jason Alexander, he's fucking weird as hell. He's got allegations against him too, like he strangled a woman, allegedly. He's got restraining orders against him. There was a faction of the Free Britney movement that was really in support of Jason Alexander because he was the most willing to, like, invade Britney's privacy. And that's another thing too of, like, why I think the public turned on Britney a lot, is that there were always parts of the Free Britney movement that were not reasonable. And it is very easy to use those factions against the entire movement when there was never any sort of, like, real centralized leadership. And a lot of the people who were supporting Britney's freedom were doing it in a very, like, conspiratorial way. And were also doing it with this idea of, like, Britney Spears is fine. And that once she gets out of the conservatorship, everything will be fine. And that's just not how trauma works. That's not how being treated as like less than a child for 14 years of your adulthood works. It was always inevitable that Britney was gonna struggle to readjust to a free adult life because of her trauma and because of the fact that she just doesn't have much experience being an adult. But there's this faction that just was so conspiratorial and that believed that anyone who was giving them the information and was saying that Britney is completely 100% fine and that were feeding into whatever narrative they had built about it, of like, especially people who were really against Sam Asghari, her now ex-husband, but the person that she was marrying at this time when Jason Alexander crashed the wedding. People who were really against him just really liked Jason Alexander because Jason Alexander was always shit-talking Sam Asghari, and like in the most Islamophobic, homophobic ways possible. I mean, Jason Alexander was at the fucking insurrection, just to give you an idea of who he is as a person. But he was getting egged on by a certain faction of the Free Britney community. He ended up going onto her property during her wedding, on her wedding day, not during the wedding itself, but on her wedding day, with a knife. He was live streaming it on Instagram. So there was video, like, I saw him do it. And then he eventually got tackled and arrested and then got a restraining order after that. But so even when Britney is having her, like, fairy tale ending, she is getting attacked by an ex who is a stalker and who is violent and who is not really to be trusted. And this is something, too, that afterward there were a lot of reports about the wedding itself. What all of it is true, I don't know. But there were reports about, like, her being very emotional on that day and, like, crying and maybe even having some breakdowns during the reception or during the ceremony. I don't know what of it's true. But if any of it's true, I also just don't think that that would have been that weird. I don't think that you can use that to paint Britney Spears as, like, a fully unstable, unable to live on her own person. Her fucking ex-husband, her, like, not really her ex, a person that she was briefly married to but got the marriage annulled, broke onto her property with a fucking knife earlier that day. So, yeah, I think that she would maybe be kind of emotional at that time. And also, it's like she had just gotten out of the conservatorship. I thought it was... I was like, well, you know what? It's fine. She's an adult. She needs to be able to make her own mistakes and do things that she might regret later. But I always thought at the time that it's probably not a good idea to get married right after you get out of a conservatorship, you know? Maybe don't make big life decisions like that when you just got the keys to your life back. So I always thought that, like, the whole thing seemed like a mistake in the first place. And maybe that also contributed to Britney's feelings on that day. Maybe she did have some sort of breakdown on the day of her wedding. But I think that that would be kind of normal given the circumstances, given what happened to her on that day. And also just given the fact that, like, her life is still moving at this really rapid pace right after she got out of this conservatorship where she was under an intense amount of control. Now, her and Sam Asghari do get a divorce a little bit more than a year after their wedding. He files for divorce. There are allegations of her cheating on him with Paul, who we'll talk about in a second, but I don't know if that's true. The thing is, I don't really know what to make of Sam Asghari. He for sure has been the most respectful of her publicly of any of her exes, other than, like, a few during the conservatorship. There was one ex, I forget what his name was, but there was one ex who actually was, like, pretty cool and was, like, very anti-conservatorship, and they got rid of him real quick. Sam, the most suspicious thing about him is the fact that he was with Britney for a few years. He was with Britney for 5 years while the conservatorship was still in place. Or maybe 4. And that's a little weird of, like, with the amount of control that people were taking over her, if he wasn't somewhat compliant with the conservatorship, I don't know that he would have stayed around that long. But at the same time, there also was a lot of indication when she started pushing back against the conservatorship, it seemed like her team wanted to blame Sam for that he was like putting ideas in her head. So I don't know what role he had in all of that at the time. He did become pretty vocally Free Britney toward the end. So I don't know. The most suspicious thing currently for me is the fact that TMZ is always writing these really weird puff pieces about Sam Asghari in a way that does not make sense given his level of publicity. I have to assume that him or his team is paying TMZ for this, or there's some sort of exchange happening that TMZ finds useful. Maybe he's giving information about Britney. I don't know. But just the amount of praise that they heap onto Sam following the divorce is very odd. Now, this is one instance where Britney was... This is a little bit more recent. We're not going completely in order right here, but so May of 2025, about a little less than a year ago, Britney was on a flight where she was on like a semi-private plane or something. It was like semi-private, but I don't really know what that means. She lit a cigarette briefly, got told by the people on the plane to put it out, and she did. And now that's not good. You shouldn't light a cigarette on a plane. No one can open a fucking window in a plane, so very inconsiderate of other people. But at the same time, she put it out right away. It wasn't that big of a deal. Like, it's a big deal maybe in the moment if you're on the plane, you're like, God fucking damn it, what is she doing? But in the grand scheme of things, it's just not that serious. I mean, fucking Brad Pitt beat his children on a plane. No one cares about that, or some people do, but a lot of people do not. Or they just don't know about it because it didn't get reported the way that this whole fiasco got reported. But she said on her Instagram later that, like, she was told that, like, one of her friends, like, lit her cigarette for her. She thought it was fine because it was a semi-private plane, that if it's a private plane, it's not under the same rules as a normal plane, so it would have been fine for her to smoke there. People did used to smoke on planes anyway, so it's like, you know, I get it. And again, it's like she hasn't been a fucking adult for a very long time. She doesn't necessarily know all the rules that all of us just assume are in place because we've had more experience living in the adult world. So this whole thing got blown completely out of proportion. And then when that happened, fucking TMZ turns around and is reporting on some story, some dumb-ass puff piece story about Sam Asghari and his new girlfriend. It says, we're floating on cloud 9, not causing airplane mischief like Britney. Now, Sam, to be clear, did not say that. That's not like a quote from him. But they frame his puff piece stories in this way of like, Sam's doing so well, unlike his mess of an ex Britney. And that's a little weird to me. It's very odd. Now, the person that Britney was rumored to have cheated on Sam with is Paul Richard Solis. I don't know if she actually cheated on him, but she did start dating her former housekeeper, Paul, pretty quickly after the divorce or after their separation. So Paul had been her housekeeper and like general maintenance guy. He has a criminal background. I've tried looking into his criminal background before. I can't find any info. I don't know what he was arrested for. At one point, I almost like I thought about buying like a criminal record sheet of Paul Richard Solis from California a bit ago, but I was like, I don't even know if that's necessarily him. Like, I can't imagine that Paul Richard Solis is a totally rare name in California, so I don't even know if I would be paying for the right documents. But different news sites will consistently refer to the fact that he is a felon. But what felony he got charged with, I have no fucking clue. I just don't know. But so this guy, his influence on Britney, we don't really know much about, because they had like an on and off relationship. They're broken up now. But I don't know much about him, other than the fact that he was a housekeeper and that he has some form of criminal background. And her family really does not like him and have blamed him for different things. So, for instance, there were some reports that Britney got into a physical altercation with Paul at the Chateau Marmont. So she basically, someone called 911. An ambulance showed up. There were some photos of Britney outside of the hotel, like holding a pillow. It's very sad. But she claimed that she'd sprained her ankle. And what she said is about this ambulance call, this 911 call that was put in. She says, I know my mom was involved. I haven't talked to her in 6 months, and she called me right after it happened, before the news being out. I was set up just like she did way back when. I wish I had grandparents. I can't stand her. I honestly don't care. I will say it. P.S. This man is wonderful. Oh, she was posting a photo of Matthew Rosengart on the other slide. He's like a father to me and got me through last night. I adore you and admire you, Mr. Matthew. So we don't know. There were different reports about what happened at the Chateau Marmont to get the ambulance called. What Britney says is that she sprained her ankle and then she told her mom about it, and then suddenly the people arrived. Maybe Britney's mom really did like try to call in a 5150 or something. I don't know. Maybe there was some sort of physical altercation between Britney and Paul in the hotel. I don't know. But that is something that happened. And that's something that, at the very least, the photos of her outside holding a pillow in front of an ambulance, it paints a picture for a lot of other people, even if we have no information about the circumstances. It gives people an image of Britney being very mentally unwell, or like in a situation with a person who is treating her poorly. But we don't know. We have no idea. She also, for a little bit of time after the conservatorship ended, when things actually seemed to be kind of moving in a more positive place, she had an assistant named Vicky. Vicky was, or still is, I guess. She's in the band. What's the name? Cobra Starship. She's in Cobra Starship, but she also was working as Britney's assistant for, I don't know, maybe like a year, 2 years? Not that long, but in the time after the conservatorship, she was Britney's first assistant. She at some point gets fired. Now, I don't want to post the text messages because here's the thing too, is like a lot of the stuff that I know about this whole situation, about everything involving Britney, I'm like, I shouldn't know it. The people who have publicized this stuff did it in a way that is so nasty, where I just wish that it had never come across my desk. But there's a person who, I'm not even going to say his name because I don't want to give him any more attention, but there's a person who kind of snaked his way into various circles of Britney's. He was DMing Vicky T. He also got close with Lynn, Britney's mom, and Lynn's friends and stuff, and then I think maybe even got involved in a lawsuit with them. I don't remember. But he was DMing with Vicky, and this is the big problem with Vicky. I think Vicky's intentions were always good. I think that she probably is like a nice person, and Britney did always seem happier when Vicky was around. But Vicky has a problem when it comes to DMing fans and DMing people who want information about Britney. And most of the time she doesn't give out information about Britney, but she is just a little bit too talkative. Like, I mean, I've DM'd Vicky, and I've never asked her any like personal questions about Britney or anything. But like, I've just replied to something on her Instagram story, and she responded back, and I was like, yeah, that's probably not a good idea if you're Britney Spears' assistant. But she's a nice girl. But she's just maybe a little too trusting of people and a little bit too chatty. So when this person DM'd her and kind of gained her trust, she said the reason that she was fired by Britney, and the reason that she was fired, and even like she had sent a text that Britney, I guess, had sent her. So I'm not going to post the text because I don't think that they ever should have been publicized like that, but I will tell you the basics. Vicky blames Cade Hudson. Cade is Britney's current manager or agent. He's an agent at CAA. He's a fairly shady individual himself. According to Vicky, like, he just kind of came out of nowhere, came into Britney's life, and then suddenly Vicky was fired, and that's that. I don't know how much I trust Cade Hudson. So for one thing, he was instrumental in helping Britney get hooked up with Matthew Rosengart, which is her lawyer who ended the conservatorship. So we do like him for that. But he also has been accused of sexual misconduct. So it says CAA agent accused of offering sex in exchange for access to directors and a Hollywood star. So not great. He also is pretty close with the former mayor of New York City, Eric Adams. Don't love that either. And he is the person who hooked Britney up with the Kardashians, which to me, I don't know how I feel about it, because these photos were taken after the Kevin Federline book came out, and I do think that Britney was in a place where she was very, very lonely and needed some company. And I'm like, okay, the Kardashians, whatever, I'm sure that they were nice to her. I'm sure that she had a good time at their house, as Cade arranged. However, the Kardashians are still very close with Lou Taylor, who is the person who helped put Britney into the conservatorship. And that's where I'm like, I don't want to get that conspiratorial and be like, oh, Cade is actually Team Con. Because if he was, it's like, well, then why the fuck would he help her get out of the conservatorship in the first place? I don't think he is. And I don't think the Kardashians are trying to get Britney put back into a conservatorship. But I also don't think that with their continued associations with Lou Taylor, that they necessarily understand or care about the trauma that Britney experienced in the conservatorship. So I still just don't think that they're sensitive enough to what she's been through, to the point that it is just weird for them to be the people that she's hanging out with. And I don't know. It's just really weird. It feels like all the people around Britney are still not people that I think have her best interest at heart 100%, and are fine just like hanging out with her abusers. Then we have her battles with her family. So Jamie Lynn Spears wrote a book pretty quickly after the conservatorship was terminated. I do think... I think that the reason Jamie Lynn wrote the book is to do pro-conservatorship propaganda, to be honest with you. She is still incredibly close with Lou Taylor. I think that she's trying to put an image of the conservatorship into the public that makes the conservatorship seem more justified than it ever was, and that tries to soften the accusations that have been lobbied against the conservatorship in terms of the abuse that Britney suffered. It is a very gross book. It's just kind of disgusting the way that Jamie Lynn has treated her sister post-conservatorship, and also during the conservatorship too. It's nasty. And then Britney did respond on Instagram quite a few times, and also on Twitter for a bit too. So there was a whole back and forth with Britney and Jamie Lynn, which then got used to, like, again, just sort of make Britney... I think most people were still on Britney's side at the time, but it still is like this other point that people are like, oh, she's unstable, she's just fighting with her family all the time on social media. She's so angry. And it's like, well, yeah, she has reason to be. She was pretty horrifically abused by her family, and they're still trying to justify it publicly, which is crazy. Then Britney came out with her own book, and while I do think that the book is good and it It answers some questions. It doesn't answer all the questions that a lot of people have about Britney's time in the conservatorship, which is fine. I mean, she doesn't have to, like, put it all out on the table. She's probably still processing a lot of stuff herself, but there are just still so many questions that have gone unanswered that is still adding to a conspiratorial mindset that a lot of fans have, that maybe Britney is still just not in control of her output at this point. And also the fact that, like, this is such an old photo of Britney too, is a little weird to people. And this is really the only interview that she's done since the conservatorship was terminated. And it was just one People magazine interview right before her book came out. So that stuff is a little weird. Then there's the whole stuff about her Instagram, where people think that her Instagram story is very weird, particularly in regards to her nudity, her sexual posts, like the fact that she's topless a lot of the time, or sometimes completely nude. But I also think that, like, that could just be, number one, Britney always liked being naked before the conservatorship was put in place. Like, she is somewhat of like an exhibitionist, to be honest with you. And I think that with the control that she was under in the conservatorship, I think that her nudity on her Instagram is sort of a rebellion against that, of her trying to, like, reclaim her body again. Sometimes is it a little bit, like, worrying in terms of she just got out of the conservatorship, she hasn't fully processed everything yet, and she's immediately going to, like, showing her tatas. Maybe, like, there are definitely impulsive decisions probably being made that perhaps she will regret later in her life. But at the current moment, I'm like, well, look, she's been under so many people's control for so long that I think she just wants to feel like she has ownership again. And then there's the knives. The fact that she danced with knives. Okay. I understand why people are concerned, that they think that this is really dangerous, and it is dangerous. She did claim that they were fake knives, that they were props from some specific prop store. I think they look pretty real, but maybe they're props. I don't know. But even if it is dangerous, it's like, well, she hasn't hurt herself that we know of with the knives. And also, if we consider this dangerous, how much of the stuff that she was doing under the conservatorship was also dangerous? I mean, they had her up in, like, helicopters to promote the announcement of the Las Vegas residency. They had her on stage during the circus tour surrounded by fire. They had her hanging from, like, these really tall heights. During the circus tour, there were parts where they were doing magic acts where they were doing that thing where they, like, put the knife through the thing, and it's like she was around sharp objects for the entire time that she was in the conservatorship. She was in dangerous situations throughout the conservatorship. If you think that this woman is not mentally well enough to be dancing with knives in her living room, then she probably wasn't mentally well enough to be doing all that stuff at that time either. Let's, again, keep in mind the fact that the conservatorship went from 2008 to 2021. So every situation you have seen her in, that you did see her in from that time period, that was all under the watch of her conservatorship, and they were putting her into dangerous situations too. And she was naked in the fucking Womanizer music video too. So yeah, like, it's like she was literally surrounded by fire at multiple times. And then in extension of the family dynamics and all that discourse, she did get into some, like, public stuff with her two sons, which I do think that... Do I think that everything that she said about her sons was fully fair, given the fact that she's Britney Spears and they were at the time minors and, you know, didn't have the audience that she didn't have the protection that she did in terms of, like, the publicity? I don't think that she necessarily should have posted that stuff, but I also completely understand why she did it, because I do think that her kids have been given a certain narrative about her where I don't think that they fully understand or are sensitive to her trauma. And I think that that's probably been very frustrating to her, especially in the ways that they have treated her under the instruction, essentially, of their the rest of their family. So I don't think that she should have written the social media post about her sons that she did, but I also understand why she did, and I don't think that it was completely insane. It's a bad situation for her to have been in, especially because really one of the reasons that she was in the conservatorship for so long is because custody was held over her head for most of it. Like, she was told, if you try to fight this harder, if you try to get your own lawyer, if you try to like really push this, we're going to make sure that you lose custody of your kids. So she did so much, she endured so much of that abuse just to have a relationship with them. And it ended up, they just got poisoned against her anyway, because everyone around them, except for her, was pro-conservatorship. So, yeah, just an unwinnable situation. And I can understand why she would crack under that pressure sometimes. Then there was Kevin Federline's fuck-ass book, which is somehow even worse than Jamie Lynn's. I did do a video about this on the Medusny Deluxe Edition channel, so if you haven't watched that, go watch it. The book fucking sucks. It's really disgusting in terms of the things that it claims and the insincerity of the entire venture. But it also is so clearly, like, written with some sort of chat GPT or something. It is not well written. It really, really sucks. And then all of this stuff has been used as, like, data points to promote this idea that Britney is so unwell that she needs to be put back into a conservatorship. There's the Unfree Britney movement, predominantly proliferated by a particular subreddit called Discussing Britney. Somehow, it's Lily Simpson, right? Or is it Lily Sampson? Let me check. Somehow her channel name got cut off in my screenshot, so let me see. Yep, Lily Simpson. So I do recommend this video if you want to get an update on the Discussing Britney subreddit and the movement to unfree Britney. Her video on the topic is very good. And then we have a few things that have happened a little bit more recently. So this was in October of 2025. So a video came out of Britney driving erratically shortly after Kevin's memoir. So I'll show you that first. And at this time, we don't believe that she was under any sort of, under the influence of any sort of alcohol then, because of what people who were with her earlier that day said, that she just hadn't been under the influence when she got in the car, but her driving definitely was pretty reckless. You can see she kind of like swerves lanes a lot. So yeah, not A+ driving from Ms. Britney. Now there is someone following her, so I can imagine that maybe she was distracted by the person following her, and I think earlier there had been some other paparazzi cars that had been following her as well, so maybe that was a contributing factor to her more erratic driving right there. However, I also think that, like, her driving was a big point of contention in the original custody battles in 2007. Like, it played a shocking amount. It was very impactful, really, to her losing custody of her kids, is the fact that she kept getting caught with not just great driving abilities, especially because of the amount of paparazzi following her, that people just caught her doing stuff constantly in her car that was not technically legal, like turning left on a red and different things. So here's the thing too, is like, with what will happen later and the DUI, I don't find it completely outside of reason to think that she was driving under the influence of something. I think it could have even been multiple somethings. It could have been like maybe like a medication that she was on that was interacting badly with her with any sort of alcohol consumption. I'm not sure. I also think it's fully possible that she's just a bad driver. Like, she's just not good at driving at all. I mean, it's just been such a long running thing from 2006, 2007 to now that I'm like, yeah, homegirl maybe just needs to have her license suspended and maybe just told to take some sort of driving courses or something. So I don't think that she's good at that. And that's okay. I mean, it's not okay in terms of, first of all, I personally think that it's way too fucking easy to get a driver's license. Just way too fucking easy. Sometimes I'm in cars with people and I'm like, I feel like I'm gonna die. Fairly often. And those people don't get, like, their basic human rights removed. They also don't even lose their license most of the time. I think it's too hard. It's too easy to get a license. It is too hard to lose your license. And yeah, if Britney just lost her license, if she had her license suspended, I would understand. Because she is in a car that is on the road. It's a heavy piece of machinery that can hurt other people. And we should probably be a little bit more precious with who we give the right to operate those vehicles with. You know, like, we should be a little bit more concerned about that just as a society. It should be harder for people to get licenses. Not me, I'm a great driver. But, okay, Britney's a bad driver. I do think that sometimes her being on the road is dangerous for other people. Fully. Now, in between these things, Britney does sell her music rights to Primary Wave. So, this is from Hollywood Reporter. It says, with the deal, Spears sells off a stake in one of the most iconic catalogs in modern pop music, which includes hits like Oops, I Did It Again, Baby One More Time, Gimme More, Circus, and Not a Girl, Not Yet a Woman. Currently unknown is how much Primary Wave spent on the rights, though TMZ, which first reported on the news of the sale, suggested it was comparable to Justin Bieber's $200 million sale back in 2023. Now, I hope that she got a hell of a lot more than $200 million. Because Britney's discography isn't comparable to Justin's discography. She's on a different level. Now, granted, she doesn't have writing credits for a lot of stuff, so I can understand how maybe that would affect the amount of money that she would get for the sale. But still, it's like, Oops, I Did It Again, Baby One More Time, Gimme More, Circus, Not a Girl, Not Yet a Woman, Toxic. So many others, Stronger, You Drive Me Crazy. Like, how many of those, that tier of songs, does Justin Bieber have? No disrespect to Justin. He's got some good hits, but not as many as Britney, and none with the impact that Britney's had. So I do hope that she got more than $200 million, however much she got. But she got paid fairly recently, which is, again, fueling a lot of these conspiracy theories. Number one, there were theories about the fact that she's selling in the first place, that maybe it's her, she's still under the control of some team or something, and maybe she is. Again, I don't think that she's had she hasn't had a whole lot of experience as an adult, to the point where I do think that she probably is more susceptible to influence from other people if, like, people around her are telling her that you need to sell your rights, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure, I think that she maybe will make some decisions like that is being influenced by other people. I don't think that means that she's, like, fully under a conservatorship still. I think this is just, like, I mean, Justin isn't under a conservatorship. A lot of people, Katy Perry sold her catalog recently. So this is just something that people do sometimes. It's a monetary-based decision. It's something a lot of times people do for, like, tax purposes and how they file their taxes at the end of the year. I have no reason to think that this was something that was done with any sort of negative intent. However, now that this has happened and now that she's gotten this money in her accounts, this is kind of fueling other conspiracy theories about this more recent DUI. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Oh, and also at the same day that she got the DUI, she also got a restraining order against this Louisiana man. Which we'll talk about that more in a second, but she got arrested for a DUI. A lot of Britney fans at the current moment think that it was a setup from people from her former conservatorship team trying to get a conservatorship put back in place now that she has that money in her accounts, that they want access to that. I don't think so, because, well, we'll go through it. So, she got arrested for a DUI. It says, oh, fuck. The pop star was handcuffed by the California Highway Patrol around 9:30 p.m. last night, and she was booked by the Sheriff's Department around 3 a.m. She was released from jail around 6 a.m. today. She was by herself and cops pulled her over not far from her home. She was taken to a hospital immediately after she was pulled over. CHP officers transported her there to draw her blood, according to multiple sources close to Brit. She did not sustain any injuries, and the hospital visit was purely to determine her blood alcohol rate. So there was, and this is Page 6 keeps picking the fucking worst photos, and TMZ does it a little bit too. Page 6 for some reason is worse. I don't know what their problem is, but there is very clearly an effort from a lot of tabloids and a lot of media outlets to just paint Britney in the most unstable way possible. So, like, they just took a random screenshot from one of her Instagram videos to make her look more unstable. And that feels very calculated. I don't think it is, like, a conspiracy with her team or anything. I think it's just, like, something that you do as a tabloid to get the maximum amount of engagement, you know? You're just looking for the worst thing to make more people interested in the story.
All you people care about is readers and making money off of her.
Yeah, that's still what's happening. But it does say Britney Spears' 911 dispatch reveals stars swerved in and out of lanes before a DUI arrest. We do have access to the dispatch audio. And it seems like it was about like an hour before. This one they were actually kind of nice about. But yeah, Kevin Federline's book sent Britney into a downhill spiral that led to DUI arrest. That's one of the things that's being said. We don't know if that's true whatsoever. But that is something that's being said. But we have access to the dispatch. It seems like it was called in an hour before she was arrested. So it says the report seems to be based on dispatch audio, with the first call about Britney's car coming in around 8:13 p.m. before she was finally pulled over an hour later. The lieutenant explains other drivers presumably saw her car weaving on the road and called the cops, but that doesn't mean an officer was just waiting around the corner to arrest her. Eventually, an officer in the area spotted Britney and stopped her. Lieutenant something says Britney pulled over immediately and there was zero chase. So this is something where, like, I can't understand how Britney's team could have had anything to do with that, because most of Britney's family doesn't live in California in the first place. So, like, they wouldn't necessarily know that Britney was on the road. If this was a setup, I could imagine them maybe doing something like what happened at the Chateau Marmont, where a 5150 gets called based on some sort of indication. If, like, Britney called them and said the thing about, like, I twisted my ankle, then maybe Lynn Spears calls an ambulance. I don't know. I could see something like that happening, but I'm like, I just don't know how any of them would have known that she was driving at that time. I think it makes way more sense that somebody on the road saw a car weaving in and out of traffic. They called the police and was like, hey, look out for this car. They're driving erratically. And then an hour later, the cops found her. It's possible, I guess, that this was a bigger setup, but I just don't see, like, just like practically how it would have worked, especially when we have the audio from the dispatch. Like, we know that a report was put in about Britney driving erratically. Who the fuck would have even known that on her team? And it says Britney was crying while being booked in jail for alleged driving under the influence. Sources tell TMZ that Britney was very emotional while being processed at the Ventura County Sheriff's Office Wednesday night. We are told she did not act out of the ordinary aside from crying a lot. And that one just makes me sad of like, yeah, it would be a very stressful event for anyone. And now it's like getting reported that she was, I mean, they put out like headlines about her crying, and it almost seems like it's supposed to make her look unstable, but it's like, that's just a normal response to getting arrested. We were told she was alone when cops pulled her over in Westlake, not far from her home. She did not sustain any injuries in the hospital visit. It was purely to determine her blood alcohol rate. While police have not released the results of the blood alcohol testing, our sources say Britney's telling people it was 0.6. Or 0.06. The legal limit in California is 0.08, but you can still be charged with a DUI if officers observe erratic driving. So a lot of Britney fans are taking this report that Britney said it was 0.06 as like confirmation that that is what her blood alcohol level was. We don't know that. Number one, it is just as our sources say Britney's telling people. So it's like, this is so third hand. We have no clue if this information is accurate whatsoever. But even if it is, it's like, just because Britney says it doesn't mean that that is actually what her blood alcohol level was. It might have been higher. It also, it's not just alcohol that you can be under the influence of, you know? Especially if she was if she was taking some sort of other medication or some other substances, those can interact badly with alcohol to the point that 0.06 blood alcohol content, it might have a more significant effect on her than it would if she was completely sober besides the alcohol. So I don't think that this is evidence that like this is a setup, that Britney was actually driving fully compliantly with the law. I think she probably, whether or not she was under the influence of something, she probably was driving erratically, because that is something that Britney Spears does sometimes. So I don't know. But I do think it maybe is worth stating that, like, she didn't seem to be trashed. There are no reports that are saying that she actually was, like, completely, fully, like, drunk. Does that mean that it's okay to drive? No. But I think that there's a high likelihood that Britney didn't realize the amount of impairment that she was under, or again, it's also just fully possible that she's just a bad fucking driver. Then it says, law enforcement sources are now clarifying cops suspect Britney was under the influence of substances in addition to alcohol, but say there were no drugs found in her car. So this is something that is like, TMZ is the one reporting most of this stuff. TMZ keeps putting out different claims day by day, hour by hour, that contradict one another. So they did the whole thing about like Britney wasn't being chased. At one point they had put out a story that implied that that there was like a chase between her and the cops. That never happened. They put out claims about there being pills found in her car, possibly laced with narcotics. This report, let's note, comes after this report. This is from like May or March 5th. And this is from the following day on the 6th. But so after they already said there were no drugs found in her car, they then come back to say that pills were found possibly laced with narcotics. Then they later claim, oh yeah, and this is fucking page 6 again, with the most unflattering photos they can find. Britney Spears believed to be on a cocktail of alcohol and drugs during DUI arrest. Then TMZ comes back, or they said this, I don't remember what order this all came in. But they said, we broke the story. Britney was arrested late Wednesday night, then taken to a hospital where her blood was drawn for toxicology testing. Sources later revealed to us pills believed to be Adderall she allegedly purchased on one of her many trips to Mexico were found in the car. So first we had, or I don't remember if this was first. Maybe the Adderall thing was first, but we have no drugs found in her car, pills laced with narcotics, and then Adderall that she allegedly purchased on one of her many trips to Mexico. Now, this to me is very suspicious, the sources later revealed to us, because I have to imagine that the source in this instance might be Kevin Federline, because this is something that he has said in a lot of different interviews since his book came out, that he thinks that the reason Britney keeps going to Mexico is to buy drugs. I don't think that Kevin actually has any evidence of that. I think that he just is seeing her in Mexico and assumes that she's there to get drugs, and maybe she is. Maybe that is true. But I also think that at this point, she probably, if she's going to Mexico to get Adderall, the only reason that I can think that Britney Spears would ever need to go to Mexico to get Adderall is if she just doesn't feel comfortable getting a doctor. Because Adderall is just a pill that she could get prescribed very, very easily and not have to go to Mexico to do it, considering the fact that she is famous, you know? I mean, Adderall, I don't think it would be that hard for Britney to get, like, an ADHD diagnosis and then get an Adderall prescription. Celebrities do shit like that all the fucking time. The only reason I can think of that she would not go that route, not go to a doctor to get something legally prescribed to her, is because she's afraid of doctors. Because of that time, you know, where a doctor said that she had dementia and she got put into a conservatorship for 14 years. So this is just one of the really sad realities of the situation that she's in, where, like, she probably does need some amount of help in some ways. Mental health issues that were maybe pre-existing before the conservatorship, and then also the abuse, the trauma from the conservatorship, PTSD from it, and then on top of it, just other things that come up, you know, like, sometimes things just happen in your life, and you're like, oh, I should maybe talk to someone about this, but she probably doesn't want to talk to someone about it, because of the thing that happened, you know? And so apparently, TMZ is reporting this now, that she fired her sober coaches before her DUI bust. I don't know if that's true, but they're running a lot of the same script that was run in 2007, where allegations of Britney firing people on her team is being used as evidence that she's unstable. And especially with one of them being like a sober coach, it feeds back into this idea from like 2006, where she was going to rehab and then dropping out of the rehab program within like 24 hours. Because I mean, I just don't even know how much Britney's problems really revolve around substance abuse in the first place. Maybe she does have a problem with that, and maybe that is an issue that needs to be solved. But I think to put it all on that and act like, oh, she just has a drug problem, that might be like a very surface level assessment of the issues. But I don't know. I'm not Britney's doctor. I just know that, like, the situation that she's in would be very complicated and very hard to deal with everything that she's been through. Then, page 6, these fucking assholes, right, staggering list of 911 calls to Britney Spears' California mansion revealed as she's arrested for DUI. Now, this is the really disgusting thing, is like, yes, there were a lot of 911 calls within like the last 2 or so years, but let's remember that on the day that she was arrested for a DUI, there was a man who got a restraining order because he was showing up at her house. When you actually read that fucking page 6 article, most of the 911 calls are for trespassers, for people that were on her property that she had to call 911 to get them off. To paint this as like she was unstable, and so all these 911 calls were put in, is so disingenuous and so gross. There are a few calls in there that were for like wellness checks, but a lot of them were canceled before anyone even showed up on the property. Like, people would call in a wellness check and then be like, never mind, I'm sorry. So it's like, we don't know the circumstances around that. We don't know who put the calls in. We don't know what the legitimacy of the calls were. I mean, at one point, Britney deactivated her Instagram account and fucking fans called in a wellness check to her house. And the cops did show up, which is crazy. To actually show up at someone's house because a whole bunch of fucking strangers on the internet said that she deactivated her Instagram, please go check on her. So I have no idea if any of those wellness checks that were called were from parties that actually had any real insight into what was happening in her home. But if it is, it's like, do I think Britney Spears is well? Probably not a lot of the time. She probably has days where she is struggling, and maybe those calls were put in for, like, good reason or with good intentions at that moment, but that doesn't need to be used against her now. And then Britney's manager, Kate Hudson, tells TMZ, this was an unfortunate incident that is completely inexcusable. Britney is going to take the right steps and comply with the law, and hopefully this can be the first step in a long overdue change that needs to occur in Britney's life. Hopefully she can get the help and support she needs during this difficult time. Her boys are going to be spending time with her. Her loved ones are going to come up with an overdue needed plan to set her up for success, for well-being. And now I don't know what to make of this. Because I don't totally trust Kate Hudson, and I don't totally trust Britney's loved ones coming up with a plan to set her up for success for her well-being. But I also do think that, like, there probably does need to be some sort of plan. That people in her life do need to rally around her and say that, like, let's figure this out. You know, she probably is struggling to an extent and needs support. But I don't know. I don't know who these loved ones are that are coming up with this plan. I don't know if I can trust Kate Hudson. And this is the shittiest thing about it is, like, fans are already having these feelings about what does it mean to put up to put in place a plan for Britney. Does that just mean another conservatorship? And if we are having these feelings and we are so suspicious of it and we are so, like, doubtful of, like, I don't know that this is a good idea, I don't know if I can trust this guy, how must Britney feel? Again, it is so much more difficult for her to actually seek treatment compared to other people because her doing that can just so easily slide right into her maybe losing her rights again. It probably won't. It probably won't. But the possibility is always there, and she has to live with that, and she has to think about it constantly with every move that she makes and every person that she trusts and every time that she makes a fucking doctor's appointment. I mean, I don't know how you live like that and not kind of go crazy sometimes. Now, Britney's sons, at least one of her sons, did show up on her property, and fans are apprehensive about that because the sons have been kind of pro-conservatorship more recently. And so, yeah, I don't know, but I also think that, like, she wants a relationship with her sons, and I don't know. I don't know exactly where they stand on the issue right now. But I hope that everything's fine. Lynn Spears apparently also has had a conversation with Britney. I don't know if she's come to her house in person or if she just had a conversation on the phone. I do think of the entire Spears family, I trust Lynn Spears the most. Still don't trust her very much. But I trust her more than the others. I think she's mostly just, like, spineless. Because I don't think that she ever fully agreed with the conservatorship in the first place, but I think she went along with it because that was what Jamie wanted, and it was what Lou wanted, and it was what other people wanted, and I think that Lynn just has no real backbone. So if she's not under the influence of anyone else, I think her visiting Britney is probably fine. But if she's there as an operative for her fucking ex-husband, then I don't know what to say. Now, there's another person, there's a friend, Sean Phillip, who went on to some, I think, Good Morning America, oh no, Good Morning Britain, to reveal these text messages that he's had with her, and he just basically went on to the show and was like, oh, I just really hope that Britney's doing well, and I think she needs to get help, but I also think that she's a good person and she'll get past this, blah, blah, blah. And so he revealed these text messages, and he said, all I texted her was, are you okay? And she said, I'm okay. And I said, do you mind if I speak about this? And she said, go ahead. And that's that. Now, here's the issue. Here's the friend that we're referring to. Here's him during a different interview a few years ago.
Happen.
Right.
So I know you haven't had much contact. You talked with her, what, one more time after this?
2 more times. I saw her in London. It was so out of the blue. I was at my favorite hotel in the world, Mandarin Oriental, and she was staying there, and I was sitting there, and there was like, I have this like, it almost looks like a fish tank of a.
So that was 13. So she went through 13 years.
No, the Hawaii thing was only 3 years ago.
Oh, that was 3 years ago.
London
okay.
was like 13 years ago. Hawaii was 3 years ago.
But you didn't have much of an interaction. It was just like,
no,
hey,
I didn't
hey.
I was just like, nah, like I'm not having it. Yeah.
So was that supposedly once the conservatorship was over or
yeah,
close to it?
It was over at this point.
Happen.
Right.
So I know you haven't had much contact.
So, like, this fucking friend who is going on TV to talk as Britney's friend and apparently got permission from Britney to talk about this on TV, by his own admission, at least as of a few years ago, or no, this was from 10 months ago. Let me see when this episode was posted. It's from March 7th of 2025. So it was about a year ago. Or no, May 7th of 2025. So less than a year ago. That he said that he has only spoken with Britney a few times over the last few years. Am I to believe that, like, in these last 10 months, that he's suddenly become so much closer with her and actually has any level of insight into what she's dealing with? Or that they're even, like, on texting terms, that they text each other that often? That just, it's so ridiculous to me. It's clearly just someone trying to profit off of his brief association with her. And that's really pissing me off. And then, so Sam Asghari was asked about it on Fox News. Now, Sam remains one of the better Britney exes. He pretty much just sidestepped the entire conversation and was like, look, I think that people are entitled to make mistakes and people can move on and get another chance. But I'm really here to talk about what's happening in Iran because he's Iranian. And so he was there to talk about that. I can't say I fully agree with all of his talking points on that, to be honest with you. I think that he is, he's a little bit biased in the way of, like, he immigrated to the U.S. at 11, and I think maybe he just has a more kind of rose-colored glasses view of the United States and the United States military and what we do with that military than other people do because of his experience in Iran. But whatever. He's more supportive of the United States military than I think is really justifiable given our history. But that's whatever. He sidestepped the conversation and tried to re-emphasize the points that he actually was there to talk about instead of just talking about Britney and weighing in on that, which I was like, okay, you'll remain on my good side in this instance, Sam. Then we have fucking Dr. Drew going on TMZ to talk about what Britney needs to do, as if he's ever fucking met her, as if he can actually have a real assessment of her situation. I'm so sick of this. I also don't even understand. It's like, how is he able to keep his license as a doctor when he does shit like this all the fucking time? Isn't that against the Goldwater rule? Anyway. And then, of course, Kevin Federline has to weigh in and says that he's concerned and he doesn't know whether it was a one-off or a one more. Did you get that pithy little line from ChatGPT. But here's the thing, Kevin, this story got kind of buried because he is also facing some legal issues of his own. He is getting sued by Bank of America for $12,000 for a credit card that he took out a month after his kids turned 18, when he was no longer getting child support checks from Britney. Literally a month after he got his last child support check, he opened up a fucking credit card account, spent thousands of dollars that he never paid off. Now he's getting sued by Bank of America for it because he doesn't have a real fucking job and refuses to get one. Couldn't even write his own book, had to have some AI robot write it. And then that story got completely buried because if you notice, that got posted at 3 a.m. Pacific time, which is about the time that a little bit before the Britney DUI happened. And I can't say that that was... Oh, maybe that was actually right. It was very close, and it was in the middle of the night that this got posted. And I can't say that that was, like, fully calculated because I don't think... I don't know. I don't know if it was... It is very... Why would you post this at 3 in the morning? It does seem like they were trying to bury this story. But when did... I gotta go all the way back. Yeah, March 5th, so the following day. I was gonna cut him some slack and be like, oh, well, it was probably, it was 3 hours before the DUI story came out, so they couldn't have known. But no, because this is March 5th, so this is the following day at 3 a.m. They posted this story about Kevin's legal issues. I don't see any reason that you would post it at 3 a.m. That feels kind of suspicious. And then they've also, TMZ's got people from the Free Britney movement going on to say that they regret their participation, that they actually think that Britney needed a conservatorship the entire time. Meanwhile, I've never seen this woman in my fucking life. I understand, like, the Free Britney movement was very large. And I don't think... I was a part of it. I don't think most people would recognize me, because even, like, the contributions that I had to it were mostly, like, tweets or blog posts where people didn't recognize my face. But even then, it's like, well, I would never go on to TMZ as, like... Well, actually, if they invited me, I'd probably go on, because I love attention. But I don't think that I would be the best representative for the entire movement. So who's this random woman? Just a fucking lady. Just a fucking lady. But they're trying to spread this idea that people who were involved in Free Britney now regret it. That we now see the error of our ways, that actually she was so crazy the entire time, and we owe Jamie Spears an apology. And then Page 6 is publishing articles saying how Britney Spears' DUI arrest could land Star back in conservatorship. This is so disgusting. Especially because it's like, when you post shit like this is the kind of thing that I think Britney is probably pretty worried about. And it probably has a lot to do with any reluctance that she has to seek treatment for whatever issues that she still has. When people are writing, like, how-tos of, like, how this could end Britney back up in a conservatorship, it's like, yeah, I guess maybe it's worth just not ever going to a doctor anymore. And I don't even think... Maybe there is, like, a bigger conspiracy. Maybe, especially with TMZ, I do think that Britney's team had been in league with them to some degree during the conservatorship. Not in a way where I think they were, like, directly being paid by Britney's team. But TMZ just... They want to have access to information and to celebrities. So I think that Britney's team, they had access to Britney and they were willing to give TMZ information. So they played ball with Team Con and wrote pro-conservatorship articles during the conservatorship while the Free Britney movement was at its peak, because that was just the most advantageous way for them to keep that connection. And I think post-conservatorship, it's just too good of a story. to call Britney Spears crazy. It's just too easy. And it gets enough clicks. People are interested in that angle. So I don't even think they need to be in league with Team Con anymore. I don't think that they need to have any, like, specific agenda. I think that the agenda is to make money. And this is what makes money. And it's really, really sad. But the thing is like, okay, she got a DUI. It's not good. Definitely don't drive under the influence. And also, even if she wasn't driving under the influence, homegirl needs to just improve her driving skills, period. Because it is dangerous, the way that she drives. It's bad. But let's remember all the other celebrities that have gotten DUIs and did not get put into a conservatorship. Paris Hilton, Justin Bieber, Keanu Reeves, Lindsay Lohan, Vince Vaughn, Nicole Richie, Tiger Woods, Shia LaBeouf, Mel Gibson, Reese Witherspoon, Tim Allen. I think this is actually technically a photo of Tim Allen. I think he got caught with cocaine. But he did also get a DUI. And of course, Justin Timberlake. And now, I do have to say, as much as, like, this whole thing has just, like, really sucked, it is kind of funny in a sense of, like, the the karma that I think Britney fans have kind of gotten, myself included, for the ways that we responded to Justin's DUI. We got a lot of pleasure out of it, and I don't regret it. It felt good at the time. But we were definitely reveling in a man's misfortune. And you know what, maybe we deserve to get humbled a little bit. Especially because right before this whole thing happened with Britney, it came out that Justin Timberlake was taking legal action to prevent the release of body cam footage from his drunk driving video arrest in 2024. He argues that the video is an unwanted invasion of personal privacy. And I saw a lot of Britney fans when was this posted? Literally March 3rd, so like earlier in the week. I saw a lot of Britney fans being like, he just doesn't want to be held accountable. He is trying to get out of some shit and acting like we are all entitled to this body cam footage. Now, personally, would I like to see the body cam footage? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Do I think that it actually benefits the public at all for that body cam footage to become public? No. It is an invasion of privacy. He's right. There's no reason for that body cam footage to be released. He's already like, I don't know, paid whatever fine or something. So it's like, okay, it doesn't benefit anyone for that footage to get out, other than the fact that, like, I want to see it because I want to make fun of Justin Timberlake. But whatever body cam footage they have of Britney, whatever, if there's a mugshot of her, which there's been some debate about whether or not a mugshot was even taken, I think it probably was, but if there is one, I hope it stays private. I don't want any more invasions into Britney's privacy, so I can't encourage invasions into Justin's either. I do have to be kind of fair in that way. I guess I don't have to be, but I choose to be. I think that the body cam footage of Justin Timberlake should stay private, as should any footage of Britney's arrest. That being said, if anything comes out about Britney's arrest, if there's body cam footage, if there's a mugshot or whatever, then I want this. That's, like, I need a trade-off. I need 1-to-1. I guess his mugshot's already out, so I guess if her mugshot comes out, we'll call it even. If body cam footage comes out, I want this immediately. Immediately. But even then, I'm not entitled to it. And I acknowledge that. But I will be pushing for this footage if anything even close to that gets released for Britney. So you better fucking watch it, Justin. You better hope that nothing of hers comes out.
Cry me a river.
Now, moving on to the real big story of the week. Donna Kelsey is having her home remodeled. So, do with that information what you will. I literally, as I was like trying to pull some articles and stuff for the slides and everything for Britney, I went onto the TMZ homepage and I saw this posted of like Travis and Jason Kelsey's mom, Donna, Florida pad getting a glow up. And I was like, what the fuck? Huh? How is that a fucking story? And then I went onto Twitter and everyone was wondering the exact same thing. Like, why is this front page of TMZ? And it's become such a meme that now Donna herself is leaning into it. She posted this on her Instagram story earlier today. Breaking. Sources confirm Donna Kelsey's eldest son watched 2 hours of Bluey yesterday. So it's fun. A fun little distraction from everything else. And then I guess Travis he re-signed with the Chiefs earlier today. This person wrote, Travis Kelsey doing whatever it takes to avoid helping mom with the home renovation. And you know, again, there's just so much bad stuff happening in the world that something so low stakes like this and so nonsense. It's not even a fucking story. I mean, I read the article and I'm like, this isn't even interesting. She's in the middle of a home renovation, according to official records filed last month. Taylor Swift's future mother-in-law appears to be redoing her 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,434 square foot pad in Orlando, Florida. The documents show Donna's hired a company to replace 9 windows and 6 doors at the home. The property includes a den, library, office, and an exercise room. Donna purchased the home for $355,000 in March 2019. The deed for the home notes Donna is leaving the home to her famous NFL star sons. Okay. And then the NFL TikTok is leaning in as well. They said life after your home gets renovated. So that's cute. I'm glad everyone's having fun. The ironic thing about it, though, is like we were all making fun of it because it's such a non-story. But at this point, because everyone's making fun of it and it's become such a meme, now I am going to want to see the house when it's done. I would like to know what it will look like. Because at this point, I just need the closure. So yeah, I guess now I'm invested. I want to see that fucking house. Now, before we go, we're gonna do the Oscars nominations, but I do just want to have a little palate cleanser with some Punch, because he's so cute. Look at him, he's waving. He can wave. He's just like a little man. Here, let me put on my elevator music while we look at Punch. Look at him. And he can run on 2 feet, just like a little person, like a little man. And he's picking the little flea. He's practicing grooming on his little plushie. He's running again. He's sleeping up against his orange orangutan. Oh, and then Lisa from Blackpink visited him with her own little stuffed orange orangutan. Oh, he is so fucking cute. Look at him. And then apparently Crocs have released a new punch-inspired charm. So if any of you have a pair of Crocs for some reason and you're looking for charms for them, there you go. You get a little punch charm. Oh, what a fucking cutie. All right, but let's go on. We gotta do our Oscar nominations now because the Oscars are this coming Sunday. So we gotta get through them. I have now watched pretty much all of them. There are a few that are nominated that I didn't watch, but I watched all the like major category ones. So I'm ready to give my opinion. I'm gonna do it because I guess I the way that the Oscars vote, if I'm correct, which I believe that I am, they are ranked choice. So you put the nominees in the order of the ones that you like, the, you know, best to least best or whatever. So that is what I shall do. I'm going to start with the lowest. Though before we actually get into that, we maybe should talk about the Timothee Chalamet stuff here because he is the first person up. So I don't know if you guys have I mean, it's hard to avoid this at this point. It's almost at the same level of the Britney DUI story. But Timothee is getting it from people right now. So here's him at this Variety town hall meeting thing with Matthew McConaughey. Here's what he said.
I've observed like a duo phenomena where the majority of stuff is getting pushed in that direction. I think I saw an article about a Netflix sort of production guideline, not for all movies, I don't want to speak disparagingly, but where they want their biggest action set pieces up front. The logic used to be you save your big action set piece for the end of a movie and you save the fireworks for the end, but now they want something up front. I also think there's sort of a reverse thing going on too now. I don't want to speak for people that are younger than me, where people are desiring things that are more patient and that pull you in. I just saw another article that says Gen Z is a bigger movie-going audience than the millennial audience, you know? I feel like a fucking grandpa saying that. And, no, but point being, I think, even like Frankenstein, which was like a hugely popular movie this year, I didn't think that pacing was extraordinarily fast or anything, but it pulled people in, you know? But it does take you having to wave a flag of, hey, this is a serious movie or something. And some people want to be entertained and quickly. I'm really right in the middle, Matthew, because I admire people, and I've done it myself, to go on a talk show and go, hey, we got to keep movie theaters alive. You know, we got to keep this genre alive. And another part of me feels like if people want to see it, like Barbie, like Oppenheimer, they're going to go see it and go out of their way to be loud and proud about it. And I don't want to be working in ballet or opera or, you know, things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though no one cares about this anymore. All respect to the ballet and opera people out there. I just lost 14 cents in viewership. But, damn, I just took shots for no reason.
That's not a shot. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. So,
sorry.
But on that note, Jew, Timothee Chalamet.
He said you. I thought he said, on that note, Jews. I was like, what is happening? So, fairly, like, in my opinion, not that offensive of a comment. He's talking about the state of the film industry and then says the thing about, like, I don't want to go on to talk shows, and even though I've done it, I've gone on to talk shows and be like, oh, we need to keep movies alive, but I don't want this to be like, you know, ballet or opera where it's something that you have to continuously convince people to like, let's keep this thing alive, even though most of the public doesn't have that much interest in it. And he does say it in a very flippant way. But like, are we gonna deny that he's right? I mean, yeah, obviously ballet and opera are art forms that were once much more popular than they currently are. And now it's something that like there is more of like an active effort to keep interest in it alive to some extent, and there is an interest in it, you know? People really do, especially ballet. I think people are really into the ballet thing, which is very funny because everyone who's so mad about this, I keep seeing them defending the ballet thing more than they are defending the opera, but either way, it's like these are not the most popular art forms for the general public at the current moment. And that's fine. We can acknowledge that and acknowledge that like the interest in those art forms has dwindled in years, and that doesn't invalidate their value as an art form. But it also like I honestly like I appreciate what he's saying here in terms of I am a little bit sick of actors and people in the film industry and directors too going on to talk shows or going on to when they're accepting their awards at award shows, having to turn to the audience and be like, you need to see movies in theaters. You have to. If you like movies, go to see them in theaters. Because it's like, okay, why? I get it. Like, I see movies in theaters. I prefer that as my experience. And I think a lot of people do too. I personally, I don't think theaters are in jeopardy of not existing anymore. I think for sure they're fewer and further between, you know? There aren't as many theaters that are active as there once were, especially like pre-pandemic. And if you live in like certain areas, maybe they're less accessible to you than they once were, but the area that I live in, the movie theaters are fucking popping, dude. They're always very well populated, they're always full. The big issue is like movies don't stay in theaters as long, they go to streaming faster, so there is like a faster rotation in the theaters themselves. And the theater that I go to the most, they have a lot of like non-Hollywood films. Like they do a lot more like special events now. They do a lot of Bollywood movies too, which I think is good because it gets more of a diversity of people coming to the theater. But yeah, it's not the same situation that we were in, 10 years ago or so, where it was Hollywood in particular that was dominating the box office. They still are like dominating the overall box office, but at individual theaters, it's not all rooted around just like big mainstream box office hit movies the way that it used to be. And I think that there are changes in the film industry that if you're someone who works in the film industry, you would be very concerned about these changes because of how it changes the profitability of your movies, especially that one. I don't even think the theater thing is as big of a deal. It's just the fact that like home video now is just streaming versus like VHS or DVD or Blu-ray, where you would get more of like an actual, you'd make more money off of those. There was more of a revenue stream in the home video world previously than there is right now. So there are issues in the film industry with how profitable movies are, how many movies get sent to theaters versus how many get sent straight to streaming. And especially if you're a filmmaker, that would be really frustrating because the more stuff that gets sent straight to streaming, the less control you have over the way that the film is like viewed, especially with different TVs having different display settings and stuff. It can kind of dilute your artwork a little bit. I understand why people in the industry are very protective of their right to have movies shown in theaters. However, the more they keep trying to put this on the audience of like, you need to go to a theater, you need to see these movies, it's like, well, people are going to the movie theaters. Maybe not quite at the rate that they used to, but I don't think that theaters are in any danger of not existing in the next like 10 years. I just don't see that as a reality. I think as long as movie theaters provide an affordable form of entertainment and an affordable way for people to get out of their houses and like go somewhere and do something that isn't super expensive and that is still kind of casual, that like, you know, they can go in their sweats, but they can still be out with other people. I think that theaters are still going to have value for a lot of like just normal working class people. It's just not a value that's necessarily going to be seen as profitable for the same people, you know? The issue that a lot of the people in the industry are having are issues with the industry, not with people going to the theaters. Because people are going to theaters. They're just not necessarily seeing the same types of movies. They're not going to the same types of events. I mean, we're seeing right now, too, with, like, there's more and more singers who are putting their concerts in theaters at the moment. So, like, this is becoming an alternative to other forms of live entertainment. It's just a form of live entertainment that doesn't necessarily benefit the film industry quite as much. And it gets a little frustrating in that sense of like, oh, you're not just telling me to go to a theater to see something, you're telling me to go to a theater to specifically see the movies that you're making. And that's a little frustrating, and it feels a little out of touch a lot of the times. And it also is just something too of like, look, if the interest in this entertainment wanes, then it wanes. There isn't really anything you can do about that. There are things that you can do institutionally and structurally to try to change the profitability of films being shown in theaters. But at the end of the day, you can't just will the public to care more about your art form when there are other forms of entertainment that they might start caring about a little bit more. So I kind of appreciate the fact that even as he's saying, like, oh, and I've done it, I've told people, like, go to the theaters. I appreciate that he is kind of just giving the audience a little bit more credit of, like, people will go see the movies that they want to see. And they'll if they're moved by something, then they'll be moved by it. And you don't want to just be the person that's just, like, clinging to something, like, please keep doing this exactly the same way that has benefited this particular industry for this long. But a lot of people in the fucking theater world, like people who are into the opera and who are into ballet, are very, very offended by the way that he said this. And I do understand, again, he was being pretty flippant and he was being a little bit disrespectful in his wording, but he also, it's like he's just fucking talking. This is what drives me nuts too, is the amount of scrutiny that we put onto, like, half of sentences at this point. You know, like anything that Chappell Roan says gets divided up into these like little chunks of like, is what she's saying right here exactly correct? Is that the exact right way to phrase this? And it's like, who fucking cares? Do you not just want people to be able to talk? Do you not want people to be able to just like kind of say things that are a little bit wrong sometimes because they're just speaking authentically off like the top of the dome, you know? You want everything to be a public statement. You want everything to be so curated and so, like, PR approved that you can't just say something kind of flippantly and kind of disrespectfully in a fucking town hall conversation with Matthew McConaughey. That's what you want? You want no one to be able to say something this kind of, like, a little bit rude every once in a while? And he recognizes that it was rude, like, right away, and immediately it's like, sorry, I don't know why I came for them like that. It's like,
be working in ballet or opera or, you know, things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though no one cares about this anymore. All respect to the ballet and opera people out there. I just lost 14 cents in viewership, but damn, I just took shots for no reason.
That's not a shot. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. So, but on.
Like, it's kind of a cute moment, to be honest. It's just it's such a nothing moment, and he immediately realizes that he's kind of being an asshole, and he tries to, like, make up for it, and makes a joke out of it by doing this, like, opera voice or something. It's kind of cute, and it's like, well, we should be able to have space for this, of people being able to say something kind of shitty, and especially once they realize it immediately after and be like, oh, I don't know why I said it like that. People are so pissed.
Ballet and opera were things that people are just trying to keep alive that nobody cares about. The tickets to go see those things would be very cheap because, as you claim, they're just trying to get anyone to come see it because it's a dying art, right? It is significantly cheaper to go to AMC and see one of your shitty movies.
First of all, girl, the logic that you're using here of like, there must be a demand for it because that's why the tickets are that expensive. No, the reason that they're that expensive is because there's not a demand for it, so they have to get their profitability some way by making it a valuable art form, by leaning into the kind of elitism that you're supporting, by being like, well, it's as long as the tickets are more expensive, that means that it's better. Unlike your shitty movies that you only pay $10 for, you cheap fuck. Like, it is so elitist and snobby and classist in a way that's like, you're actually making the point for him, you know? You're making it very clear that the ballet and opera art forms are kind of out of touch with the normal society, you know? Again, part of the reason that film and movie theaters get to be fairly profitable, maybe not even the film so much, but the movie theaters, the reason that people keep going to movie theaters is because it's an affordable form of entertainment. And not even just affordable, but it's a form of entertainment that doesn't ask as much of you. You know, it meets you on your level a little bit more. Not even just with the money thing, but ballet and opera, it's not something that most people of the general public are really trained to actually like appreciate the way that you would with just a random movie, because they are kind of a more highbrow art form. They're not meant to be accessible to the general public. That's kind of the point. Also, movie theater tickets are not as cheap as they used to be. They're not as cheap as they used to be, but they actually haven't raised with inflation, which is another reason that they continue to sell, is that compared to everything else, movie tickets have stayed roughly the same. Even if they've raised a little bit, they have stayed pretty much the same. Because the thing is, like, movie theaters actually don't even make that much money off of tickets anyway. They make more money off of the concession stand. So they really they want you to get into the door. So they're like, oh yeah, whatever, $10. Beats any other form of live entertainment where you're paying like at least $100. And it's not live entertainment, I guess, but they do some live entertainment there. I mean, fucking movie theaters are the reason that that opera and ballet has had some life in the last like decade or so, because they get played in movie theaters as special events. That's where people go to see them most often now.
It is to secure any spot in the audience to see a ballet performance or an opera show. It is so much more cheaper. The average person can go see your fucking movie, but not the average person can go see the New York City Ballet's ballet performance.
Yeah, exactly, you dumbass. That's the point. It's not entertainment for the average person. It's entertainment for assholes like you who think they're better than the average person because they have more money.
Or a beautiful opera. Okay, it requires a lot of saving up because it's a valued art. And acting's a valued art, but it's not any fucking better than ballet or opera. And
you seem to think that ballet and opera are much better than film, though, because you're measuring value specifically by monetary value, by like the amount per ticket, and also the exclusivity of those events, which is hella weird, girl. It's hella fucking weird.
I need all these ballet companies to shut up and stop trying to like get Timothee to like come to like your studio and like meet your dancers and like have him like try to expose him to being like, don't you see, Timothee, like ballet is really great, blah, blah, blah. We do not need to be giving our time or money to famous white guys with big ass egos who just say shit for no reason.
Okay, first of all, he didn't say shit for no reason. He was talking in context of the industry that he works in. He was making an analogy. But then also, this whole thing about like we don't need to reach out to him. It's like, okay, so you're actively trying to make sure that your art form isn't accessible to people. Even if you throw in this thing of like rich white guys or whatever to make it seem a little bit more woke. It's like, okay, well, Timothee Chalamet is someone who has popular appeal. And if you actually care about the art forms that you claim to care about, and you want more people to be interested in them, which it seems like you don't. It seems like you actually really like the exclusivity part of it. But if you did, then you would want Timothee Chalamet to, like, lean into this whole controversy to further publicize this art form that you claim to care about. But you don't want that. You don't want people to get their in through Timothee Chalamet because you think it's beneath this art form that you've propped up to this insane degree, and then are actively hurting it by doing so. I do like this comment that someone posted from this video, though, of, not from this video, but, or I don't know, maybe it was, but this reaction of, you are just mad because you are angry. That is really what it feels like. I mean, she's so hostile, and I get it. I can get kind of hostile sometimes too, but it's like, over fucking what, girl? You're upset at the notion that Timothee Chalamet is maybe right, that these art forms aren't super accessible to the average person, and you then tried to support it by being like, well, it shouldn't be. It should be more, it's better. It should be more expensive, and less people should be able to see it. Weird behavior. But also, ballet companies don't need to fucking reach out to Timothee Chalamet to convince him the value of that worth. He knows. His fucking sister. Here, let me play this.
So in a previous interview, you had mentioned you danced, or
Exactly.
your sister liked to dance.
I grew up backstage at the New York City Ballet. My grandmother danced in the New York City Ballet. My mother danced in the New York City Ballet. My sister danced in the New York City Ballet. I grew up dreaming big backstage at the Coke Theater in New York, you know?
And does that help then in situations like this?
Hugely. I'm like a Venn diagram of the best cultural influences of the 21st century and 20th century.
So in a previous interview...
And even that, like, I know people have issues with Timothy's ego and whatever, and him saying, I'm like a Venn diagram of the best cultural influences of the 21st and 20th century. I mean, that's a very pompous thing to say, but at the same time, he is kind of right, and I think that that's sort of, that's kind of the problem here, is that people have him in these different categories where he is like this popular, mainstream, big popcorn movie thing. He has that association, but then he also is considered, or for a while he was considered, the more kind of like artsy-fartsy guy. And people are having a lot of issues sort of reckoning him with both sides. So this is the thing too, where it's like, he is an honorary pop girly now and forever, because the way that he is being treated and the expectations that people have of him and the weird fucking standards they're holding him to, it is the kind of standards that you hold a pop girly to, where nothing they can say is ever completely correct for everybody. But he's getting dogpiled by other fucking celebrities. So Jamie Lee Curtis posted a video criticizing him.
I don't want to be working in ballet or opera or, you know, things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though no one cares about this anymore.
Why is Timothee Chalamet taking shots at opera and ballet? Why are any artists taking shots at any other artist in the time where artificial intelligence threatens literally all art?
So ironic, because it's like, and here Jamie Lee Curtis is an actor taking a shot at Timothee Chalamet.
Art forms, except performing art, like plays, ballets, and operas, and musicals. It's disappointing because there were so many good points made in this interview, and also Matthew McConaughey sort of piggybacking on the other side. Like, brother, why? You're taking shots at live performance, but the first thing big actors do when they want to seem more legitimate or they want to win an Oscar is go be in a play on Broadway so they can really act. This man has so much social clout, he could have name-dropped one opera that's currently playing at the...
He could have, like, this is the fucking shit, too, of, like, he didn't say something exactly the way that I wanted him to. He should have at least mentioned one specific opera. Like, what are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about? What the hell, dude?
Metropolitan Opera House, and it probably would have sold out the entire run.
I don't want to
So what? He fucking owes it to the Metropolitan Opera House? Listen, here's the thing. If you need Timothee Chalamet to publicly promote the Metropolitan Opera House in order for the shows to sell out, then he was 100% correct in what he said. If you need him to promote opera and ballet in order for them to be relevant and in order for them to be more profitable, then everything he said was right. You can't have it both ways. I mean, yeah, okay, he was sort of flippant with what he said. But his point was still correct, and he wasn't really trying to, like, actually shit on those art forms. He was just making a point about the relevance in culture about different art forms and how it changes over time. Let's be so fucking reasonable about it. And then here's Doja Cat for some reason weighing in.
Opera is 400 years old. Ballet is 500 years old. Somebody named Timothée Chalamet had the nerve, big guy, by the way, had the nerve to say on camera that nobody cares about it. I'm sure you could walk into an opera theater right now, seats will be filled out, and nobody's saying a word as the performance is going because everybody has that much respect for it. There is an etiquette around opera. There is etiquette around ballet. It's amazing.
And that's part of the point, is like the etiquette around it. It's not just about the money, it's about the entire culture of ballet and opera that makes it not super accessible to a lot of people. This idea that, like, you need to be indoctrinated into the etiquette makes it something that a lot of people don't want to participate in because they're kind of scared by it. You're not fucking helping.
It's an amazing theater medium. It's fucking beautiful. And people go there every day to the dance studio. Dancers show up 8 a.m., 6 a.m., whatever the fuck. They show up and they break and they bleed every single day just because they have respect for it. They love it. They love what they do. It doesn't matter if the industry is having a tough time at any time, which a lot of industries have a tough time. Your industry has a tough time. My industry has a tough time.
That's the point of what he's saying, though. That was the entire lead into the conversation.
Tough time. Doesn't mean people don't care about it. People care. The dancers care. The singers care. The audience cares. There's still an audience. People give a fuck. You show up in a nice outfit, you sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. That's the usual etiquette around those things. Maybe learn something from that.
She's so proud of herself, too. It's like, what? You're addressing something that he never even said. He never said fucking opera and ballet are bad art forms. He did say that, like, no one cares about, but he was clearly he was exaggerating. He was being hyperbolic. He doesn't actually mean nobody cares about them. That's just what he said. And it's like, girl, have you never said anything dumb publicly before? Your ass? Do you remember how, like, a few weeks ago you said that whole thing about celebrities need to stop posting online because they need to retain some kind of mystique? They're embarrassing themselves. What are you doing? Constantly, Doja. Constantly. Let's be so fucking for real. And the same thing with you too, Jamie Lee Curtis. We all remember those fucking Palestine posts that you then deleted because you realized that it was actually photos of Palestine that you were posting, not Israel, which was hella fucking weird of you. But I almost think that it's like some of these celebrities, they have fucked up so much publicly that they're just excited that they get to, like, participate in another person's shaming. And it's like the thing that they're shaming him over is so fucking stupid. And then this morning, because I watched The View in the morning, they started talking about the Timothee Chalamet thing as I was laying in bed, minding my own fucking business, and I was like, oh, here it comes. They're about to tear into Timothee too, because none of them can actually think about what he's saying in a real context. So, first of all, Sunny called him vapid. She's like, I had no idea that he was so vapid and shallow. And it's like, again, when you throw around words like that, especially vapid, the idea that someone who's not interested in opera or ballet is vapid, which I don't even think, Timothee never even said that he wasn't interested in it. He never said anything about the art forms themselves. He just said that, like, they're not, he said no one cares, but he meant that they're not as popular as they used to be, and film could follow that same trajectory. But, like, the idea that someone who's not interested in opera or ballet is vapid, again, it is leaning into this very elitist, classist idea that a lot of people in those art forms have of, like, the people who aren't into the art form that I'm into are uncultured swine. They're stupid. They're vapid. They like dumb stuff. They like dumb movies. They go to a movie theater and they only pay $10 a ticket because the art form that they're interested in isn't as valuable. They're vapid. It's just like, you're just not helping. The more and more that you try to insult people's intelligence and insult people's taste to defend your art form, the more you look like a snobby asshole. And then Whoopi said, yeah, be careful, boy. He is a boy to me. It was just like, it was so passive-aggressive. So, not even passive-aggressive. It was like just aggressive. But it's aggressive in such a condescending way. Where I'm like, do you hear yourselves? Do you hear how you're defending these art forms? By condescending someone else? Do you think that that makes those art forms seem more accessible to people? And then, apparently, he's had a 44 dip on Kalshi or whatever, one of these fucking dumb betting apps or websites. He's had a 44% dip with his odds to win Best Actor, and it's so funny because it's like, the entire controversy happened after the voting closed. It's literally not gonna affect his Oscar chances at all. But I think that a lot of people really don't want him to win the Oscar. So they're perpetuating this campaign against him because they think that it's going to have an effect, and it's not. You're wearing yourself out for nothing. Ay, ay, ay. And then, separate of that, not even separate, but like piggybacking off of it, they're trying to sell this idea now that he had a private chef. So it says, Timothee Chalamet's private chef reveals he makes him 3 breakfasts on set, and the pampered actor will only eat 1 and discard the rest. I need you to hear this story. Comedian Tom Davis, who was also in the film, said on the Parenting Hell podcast, one thing that ground my gears, he had a personal chef, and we were having quite ropey breakfasts. I got to know his personal chef quite a bit, and I said, what are you cooking this morning? He said, I do 3 different things for Tim, and he'll have 1 thing. And Timothee turned around and went, hey man, why don't you have the other 2 things? Do we see the part here where the person telling the story is a comedian? Are we 100% certain that this is real? Because I actually went and found the Parenting Hell podcast where Tom Davis was a guest. And I couldn't find him talking about this at all, but I didn't listen to the whole podcast. I just went to like a part that said Timothee Chalamet, and I was like, okay, let me listen to this. Tom Davis is like friends with Timothee. They like text each other fairly consistently. He had very nice things to say about Timothee. So I have to imagine that this is a story that he's telling in jest. It's not serious. It's not maybe even real to any degree. It's maybe completely made up. Or maybe there's like a hint of truth in it. Maybe he did really have a chef. But like, this idea. And then the FOMOI subreddit is eating it up. They love it. And they love it just the same that they'd love it when it's like Sabrina Carpenter. Because again, Timothee Chalamet is an honorary pop girly. He really is. He has been given that status. just in the way that people fucking overreact to everything that he says. All it took for the entire world to come out against him was for him to criticize ballet. He's been showing the seeds over the past few months. This was just the cherry on top. Yeah, exactly. It's like you already had some distaste for him, and now you're just finding any fucking reason to call him out for nothing. As a day one hater, I find this shitstorm to be particularly delectable, unlike Timmy with Breakfast 2 and 3. Oh, he is such a douche. And people were shocked he was dating Kylie without realizing they are cut from the same cloth. God damn, it's like they have to pull Kylie into it too and be like, they're both stupid. And like, what is she doing? Nothing. Nothing. The meltdown on Twitter from his fans because they thought he was some deep intellectual from the few roles he did. I just can't. The meltdown from fans. It's like, do you mean Club Chalamet specifically? Just her? Anyway. So let's go through these nominations. So, actors in a leading role. My bottom choice, I think, would be Wagner Moura. Just because I felt like his performance was very... Not even his performance, but like the character itself was pretty, I don't want to say like one note, but very like even tempered to the point that I just didn't see that much like a motive range from him compared to the other actors. And I should say that all the actors here are very good in the roles. There's no one here where I'm like, oh yeah, they sucked. But if I'm ranking them, I would put Wagner at the bottom. And also I should acknowledge too that The Secret Agent is in a different language, so there are probably nuances to that performance that I'm missing a little bit because I don't speak that language. So I especially, it was a very like dialogue heavy movie where I really did just spend most of it looking down at the subtitles. I couldn't even really get to see the facial expressions as much because of that. So maybe if I spoke that language, I would put him up higher, but that's where I'm leaning right now. Then I would go Leonardo DiCaprio, because it's very hard for me to get past the Leonardo DiCaprio-ness of a Leo performance because he's such a huge celebrity, and there was so much discourse too around when he hadn't won an Oscar yet, and everyone was like, well, when's Leo gonna win an Oscar? It just feels like now every time Leonardo DiCaprio does any sort of role that I'm expected to watch it as like a Leonardo DiCaprio role, you know? And so it's hard to get past that for me. So I would still put Leonardo toward the bottom. Now my top three, I'd be fine with any of them winning. I would put Michael B. Jordan at the lowest of those three just because I feel like Sinners in general, I think of more as like an ensemble cast where there's not like one performance that really stands out to me in the whole movie. It's more about how all the actors work together, like how all the puzzle pieces come together. So Michael B. Jordan, for me, I do think that what could definitely benefit him a lot is the fact that he's playing two characters, and he does, there are like subtleties between those two characters and how he differentiates them that is very cool and is a very it's indicative of his talent as an actor. But I've seen Michael B. Jordan in other roles too, where I thought that his talents were better utilized in one particular role, you know? Like, if I'm being honest about both of the characters that he plays, I'm like, is he showing off his talent any more than I've seen in any other movies that he's done? Not necessarily. But the fact that he played two of the characters, it makes sense to me that he would win that. So I would be fine with him winning it. For me, Sinners is so much more of an ensemble cast that I don't need any one of them to win like the lead or the supporting actor, because it's to me is more about the whole than it is about any one particular performance. Versus like Timothée Chalamet, who I do think like he is the lead of Marty Supreme, and to an extent where like Marty Supreme has some problems, especially in the writing of the movie. I don't think that the movie would work with an actor who wasn't as talented as Timothée Chalamet. I think the fact that the movie is nominated for anything, including writing and directing, I think is indicative of the fact that Timothée Chalamet did a pretty good job pulling the movie together as best he could. But my number one pick, Mr. Ethan Hawke. And I don't know what his chances are, because for sure Blue Moon is not the most, like, buzzed about movie in this category or in any category. So I don't know that he really has a shot, but who knows, because they did introduce that new rule this year that you have to watch all the movies in the categories that they're nominated for. Of course, people are still gonna lie and say that they watch movies that they didn't watch, but I think that there being an actual rule will encourage more people to watch the movies, and so maybe the, like, buzzed about films won't matter as much as, like, the actual talent on screen. That would be nice, huh? Because I do think that Ethan Hawke deserves it. That really is my pick, based on the performances alone. Actor in a supporting role, I'd probably put Benicio del Toro at the bottom. I don't really have a strong opinion on this one. Well, I do, actually. I have a strong opinion on number one, but everyone below that I don't know. Benicio I'd probably put at the bottom. Then maybe... I hate to put Delroy that low, but I do think that Sean Penn and Stellan Skarsgård just, like, they were given more to do in the movies that they're in, you know? They play more significant roles outside of the ensemble. So, yeah, I'd probably do Delroy. If I'm being honest, I think I would have to do Stellan Skarsgård and then Sean Penn. I don't like Sean Penn as a person. I think that he's pretty nasty, especially with things that he has maybe allegedly done. We don't have confirmation, but things that he has allegedly done, not good. So I hate to give anything to Sean Penn, but, like, he does have a great performance in that movie. I would say it's probably the standout of the entire movie for me. But I hope he doesn't win, because I think it should go to Jacob Elordi. And I think that if it doesn't, it's just gonna not go to him because of the whole, like, prejudices that the Academy has against, like, genre films and, like, horror and stuff. But it's like, I just can't imagine thinking that any of these other performances are as transformative as what Jacob Elordi does with the creature in Frankenstein. To me, he just so clearly deserves it. But I guess we'll see. Actress in a leading role. Bottom for me has got to be Emma Stone. And it's nothing against her. I love Emma Stone, but I don't think that she had a whole lot to do with that character. I think that the character itself is just really underwritten, and there weren't a whole lot of layers for her to play with. So I don't understand why it was nominated. I don't understand why she was nominated in particular, when I think that the two other leads of the movie, they had more layers and they felt like more grounded characters than hers. If I was going to nominate anyone from the movie, it would have been the two of them over her. And I hate to say it because I do love Emma Stone, but I don't really understand that nomination. Next, I would do, I forget how to pronounce her name, but it's like Renette Rensby. She does great. My issue is, in Sentimental Value, there's something about the chemistry between her and the other sister that feels really weird to me. I think they're both great separately. And I think that they both have good chemistry with Stellan Skarsgård's character. But for some reason, with the two of them, I just don't buy that they're sisters. They don't feel like two people that have, like, that familiarity with each other. It feels kind of like they just met. It feels like two people who are hitting it off, that just met. Not two people that have, like, gone their entire lives as sisters. I don't know why, and I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that way, because I haven't seen anyone else say that, but there was just something about their chemistry that I didn't buy. After that, though, I'd probably have to go... Again, my top three here, they're all really great. And I think all three of them, if they won, I would have no complaints whatsoever. I'd probably put Jessie at the bottom of that three, even though she is fantastic in that movie. But for me, Kate Hudson elevates Song Sung Blue to such an extent. First of all, Song Sung Blue is like, it is a very cheesy, corny movie, but I actually saw it, like, I think the same night that I watched Wuthering Heights, and as much as Wuthering Heights was a movie that I was more interested in because of, like, the costuming and the directing and, like, the music and everything, like, Wuthering Heights just looks incredible, it sounds incredible. The story fucking sucks. The story is almost non-existent. It doesn't even make sense. And it's not, I wouldn't consider it really romantic at all. It definitely, I think, wanted to be romantic, but I just don't, I feel no connection with the characters at all, that it really, it doesn't have, like, the full appeal of a romance for me. However, Song Sung Blue, as corny as it is, it gave me my fix of, like, oh, now that's a love story. That was actually really moving and touching and beautiful. Even though I think it was corny as hell, it is beautiful. Like, the story is beautiful. And it's based on a real story. So, you know, if you watch it with that in mind. I cried a little bit. Yeah, it's fine as a movie, but Kate Hudson, her performance is really incredible. And there's just so much for her to do in terms of the journey that her character goes on, and it is really incredible to watch her navigate that and navigate it so well. I don't think that she'll win because I don't think that that's a movie that people take super seriously, but her performance is just, like, fantastic. So I would put her as my number 2 pick. My number 1 pick, though, Rose Byrne. She's fantastic in the movie. I also love the movie If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. I'm very sad that this is the only category that it's nominated for, because I think it deserves so many more nominations, especially, like, editing, directing, writing, too. If it were up to me, it'd be in Best Picture. But this is the only thing it's nominated for, and I hope it wins, and it deserves to win. It probably will not win, but it deserves to. And Rose deserves to. Actress in a supporting role. I don't really have super strong feelings about this one. I'd probably put Inga at the bottom just because of the thing I said about the sister chemistry. Elle Fanning probably right above her, and then maybe Wunmi Masaku for the same thing of, like, the ensemble cast, and then Tiana Taylor, because I just don't think that she's really in the movie as much as I would want for, like, an award, you know what I mean? I mean, she is in a supporting role, that's for sure, but she just, when she won the Golden Globe, she won it before I saw the movie, and I expected her to be in the movie so much more, and then when I saw it and she was gone, I was like, wait, is that really, that's all that Tiana Taylor is in the movie? But she does do a great job, so I wouldn't be shocked if she won, and I wouldn't be too upset. But then I think my number 1 would be Amy Madigan, which is almost certainly not going to win because it's a horror movie, and because I don't think that she gives, like, she gives an incredible performance, but I don't think she gives the performance that people would consider, like, serious, because she's playing a kind of, like, messier character who is almost, like, a little bit more comedic in some ways, but I do think that she is the strongest performance of this collection. But everyone here is good. I think, truly, if any of these women win, I wouldn't be upset. Animated feature, didn't watch those. Sorry. Casting, I mean, I'd have to go Sinners as my number 1. Like, Sinners is my pick. How I would order the rest of these, I don't fucking know. I would... A Secret Agent... It's well cast, I guess. They're all well cast. Yeah, I don't know how I would order that. Some order where Sinners is the top one. Oh, shit. Cinematography. Marty Supreme's at the bottom for sure. Probably Marty Supreme, One Battle After Another, Frankenstein, Sinners, Train Dreams. Train Dreams, I wasn't a huge fan of the story, but the cinematography it's great. It is a beautiful looking film. Costume design, this category is a fucking joke. I'm sorry. How the fuck is Fire and Ash nominated? It doesn't even make any sense. There are barely any costumes in the movie. And in any case, all the other ones, they're all just period pieces. This is the one category where I'm like, Wicked definitely got fucked over. I understand Wicked for Good, not the best movie at all. I think that I would have liked to see Cynthia Erivo get nominated instead of Emma Stone for Begonia. I think that her performance was a little bit more substantive than anything. Well, not anything in Begonia, but then Emma Stone was capable of doing for Begonia because of how underwritten her character is. So I would like to see Cynthia there. But costume design and also production design, those are the categories where I'm like, with the people that are nominated, there's just no reason for them not to be. I don't understand. Like, these are all fine. They're good costumes for the movies that they're a part of. But they're not that exciting, and there's nothing in any of these movies other than, okay, I think Frankenstein's my number one pick. Frankenstein for sure is number one. But on all the other movies, the only thing I can say is I was never distracted by them looking anachronistic or something, you know? Like, they fit into the period that they were meant to represent, and that's it. I guess with Sinners, I did like Michael B. Jordan's suits. But other than that, I can't say that I even really remember what any of the costumes looked like. So yeah, Frankenstein's my number one, followed by Sinners, then I guess Hamnet, Marty Supreme, and fucking Avatar Fire and Ashes at the bottom. Directing. Well, I have to put Josh Safdie at the bottom. Not only because, I mean, I don't think Marty Supreme was that great of a movie. I do think that the writing was worse than the directing. So I would be more inclined to give it to direction. But even then, I don't really want to. Especially because all the stuff that came out about the Safdie brothers and their on-set antics and the stuff that they allow. Not even allow, the stuff that they do on their sets. Not into Josh Safdie winning any directing awards at the moment. Or ever, to be honest with you. Some of the stuff that they did, I think, is enough to stop working. It should be. In a just world. So, that one's at the bottom for me. Followed by One Battle After Another. I know that everyone thinks that this is going to be Paul Thomas Anderson's time to win this award, and maybe it is, but like, I don't think I get the hype. Whatever other people were seeing in that movie, I don't totally see. I don't dislike it. I thought it was a good movie. I thought it was fine. But is fine enough to win Best Directing at the Oscars? I don't know. So, yeah, Marty Supreme, One Battle After Another. Then maybe Sentimental Value, then Hamnet, then Sinners. Sinners is number one. Documentary, didn't see those. Film editing, absolutely not F1. I wrote a whole thing on Letterboxd. It's the only, full kind of review that I've ever done. Usually on Letterboxd, I just write funny little one-liners or something that are probably just cheesy. But F1, I was astounded by how bad the editing was. I can't believe this got nominated. It's so bad. Absolutely not F1. F1's at the bottom. Then Marty Supreme, I guess. Then One Battle After Another, then Sentimental Value, then Sinner. So literally, it's in order. That's the order. Last to best. There we go. International feature, didn't see most of those. Live action short film, did not see those. Makeup and hairstyling, I only saw Frankenstein and Sinners, so I really cannot say. Music, original score, this one, I don't know how the fuck Hamnet got nominated for this one. There's barely any music in the movie. Most scenes are you just hear the ambient noise. You just hear them outside and you hear the trees and the birds and everything. And the sound design is good. but there's just not that much music in it. And when the music shows up, it's very basic. It's very just like what a serious movie like that is supposed to sound like. I don't know how this got nominated whatsoever. So Hamlet's at the bottom, followed by probably Begonia, One Battle After Another, Frankenstein, and then Sinners is number 1. Sinners should win. Music, original song, Train Dreams. This song sucks. Go listen to this on your own time. It is... is not a song that I would be listening to on my off time. My just daily life. Everything else, this one I did listen to just to hear it. Didn't feel any strong way about it. Same thing with Dear Me, though that one's sung by Kesha, so that's nice, but it's just a Diane Warren song. It is what you expect it to be. So I guess it's really just between I Lied to You and Golden. I would definitely prefer I Lied to You. I don't really like that kind of empowerment anthem that Golden is doing, but Golden is very, very popular. You know, it's like breaking records and stuff, so if it goes to Golden, I will understand, but it would not be my pick. Best Picture. Begonia, F1, Frankenstein, Hamnet, Marty Supreme, One Battle After Another, The Secret Agent, Sentimental Values, Sinners, Train Dreams. I don't even know how I would organize this. I know for sure F1 is at the fucking bottom. Probably followed by Begonia. But my number 1 is Sinners. It should be Sinners. I can't imagine it being anything other than Sinners, though I guess we'll see. Production design, it's weird that they like organize this in a way where Best Picture just comes in the middle of their fucking webpage. Production design, Frankenstein, Hamnet, Marty Supreme, One Battle After Another, Sinners. I'd probably do like Frankenstein. Yeah, Frankenstein, that's my number 1 pick. I don't even know how I would organize the rest of this, but definitely not. Marty Supreme would probably be at the bottom, followed by One Battle After Another, then maybe Hamnet, then Sinners. Sound, not F1. The sound design is bad. It's bad. It's really bad. I think my number 1 would be Sinners, but I didn't see Seurat, so I don't know. Visual effects, didn't see most of these. But it has to go to Avatar, right? Like, that's the category that Avatar is supposed to win. And then writing, adapted screenplay. So I feel like, really with both of these, I would want to read the actual screenplay to evaluate it, because who knows what changed between the screenplay and the actual movie. But especially with adapted screenplay, I think for me to fully judge it, I would have to be familiar with the original source material. And I'm not, except for Frankenstein. That's the only thing that I've read. That being said, I do think this is the one category where One Battle After Another might deserve to win. Even though I haven't read the source material, I am aware of the fact that all of the, like, Christmas stuff in the movie is not in the original, like, book or whatever it's based off of. And I do think I did like the Christmas stuff. That was my favorite part of the movie. So the fact that they added that, that's enough for me. I'm like, that can win adapted screenplay. Because they added something that I thought was fun. And then writing original screenplay. Again, I would have to read the actual screenplay to say for sure, but I would probably put it between, like, I don't know. I really don't know. Definitely not Marty Supreme. For sure not Marty Supreme. I didn't see it was just an accident, so I can't speak on that. But I would probably put it between... It was just Blue Moon, Sentimental Value, or Sinners. I don't know. I'd have to read that screenplay. Anyway, there it is. I just needed to get that out before the actual Oscars happen, so that my picks are on record. These aren't predictions, by the way. Like, I definitely don't think Ethan Hawke's gonna win, but he is my pick. So that you can all know the next time we speak, because it'll be the Monday afterward. It'll be directly the evening afterward. You can all know how pissed I'll be when all my picks lose. But that's it. Oh, wait, no, we still have to do Honorary Pop Girlies. Okay, so let's do that. So our first honorary pop girly. It's Alyssa Liu. I know I'm a little late. I think I for sure mentioned her last public stream because I did talk about the Olympics a little bit, but I just the staying power for this for me has like it's increased because at the time I think I had like maybe just seen her performance because I went to my friend's house and we watched like a lot of the gala performances, but I had already like forgotten most of them because we were like hanging out, you know, so I wasn't like paying the closest attention. I just remember the guy with the panda outfit. But so I rewatched the Alyssa Liu stateside performance, and then I also watched her other performances, or what would you call it? It's not like a performance. It's like her, I don't know, her thing on the ice. I rewatched it. I watched her the songs that she actually competed with. She is fantastic. And now that I've like really gotten her stateside performance in my head, when I hear stateside, it just, to me, it sounds so perfect with an ice rink. There's something about like the kind of like reverb that PinkPantheress has for that song that like, I was like, oh yeah, it's like an ice rink. It's just perfect. And I just picture her twirling around to it. So shout out to Alyssa. And she had a huge impact on the way that that song continues to like climb the charts. I mean, it just hit number one on the US Spotify, on global Spotify, and also it hit, I think, number 9. We said it earlier, but I believe it was number 9 on the actual Billboard charts. So that is partially due to Alyssa. So thank you, girl. You are definitely an honorary pop girly. Then we gotta give it to Tom Holland and Zendaya. They apparently have gotten married, which La Roche did, I guess, announce on the red carpet. So here he is.
The wedding has already happened. You missed it.
Is that true?
It's very true. Thank you so
What?
much. Yeah.
We weren't even-
The wedding has already happened. You missed it.
I'm assuming they gave him permission to do that, to say that, but like, how iconic to just have your wedding announced like that. And it also is kind of perfect too because Zendaya is promoting that movie with Robert Pattinson. So it kind of like fits too with like the hubbub around her actual wedding and the promo for this movie that revolves around a wedding. And I guess A24 also opened up a wedding chapel in Vegas, or is opening one on the 14th to promote the movie. So if you guys want to go get married in Vegas, you can go to the drama wedding chapel. I don't know where it'll be though. But they can do them wherever, really. Like, they literally will just open up a fucking wedding chapel in a random office in Vegas. They're everywhere, so I guess it could be anywhere. They do weddings also at the Taco Bell in Las Vegas on the Strip. So maybe it'll be there. I don't know. But congratulations to them. They're both super cute, and they always seem so in love, so we love that. And they're both honorary pop girlies of their own rights, separate of one another, but especially as a couple. They came together to maximize their joint slay. And then finally, our last honorary pop girly, Bruce Campbell. I mentioned a few weeks ago when Send Help had come out, my love for Sam Raimi and how much his movies have meant to me, and Bruce Campbell has been a prominent part of a lot of those movies. He's even kind of in Send Help. There's a photo of him on a wall, at least. But he did announce recently that he was diagnosed with, what kind of cancer is it? Let me see. Oh, I don't know if he said what kind of cancer it was. But he said, hey folks, These days, when someone is having a health issue, it's referred to as an opportunity solely. It's referred to as an opportunity, so let's go with that. I'm having one of those. It's called a type of cancer that's treatable, not curable. I apologize if that's a shock. It was to me too. The good news is I'm not going to go into any more detail. I'm posting this because professionally, a few things will have to change. Appearances and cons and work in general need to take a back seat to treatment. My plan is to get as well as I possibly can over the summer so that I can tour with my new movie, Ernie and Emma, this fall. There are several cons this year, summer, that I have to cancel. Big regrets on my part. Treatment needs and professional obligations don't always go hand in hand. That's about it. I'm not trying to enlist sympathy or advice. I just want to get ahead of this information in case false information gets out, which it will. Fear not, I am a tough old son of a bitch, and I have great support, so I expect to be around a while. As always, you're the greatest fans in the world, and I hope to see you soon. I do love Bruce Campbell, and I hope that he continues to do well. It definitely sucks to have anything that's, treatable, not curable, because it's like you have to live with it forever. But hopefully he's doing well. And anyway, I will see you guys next week, post-Oscars. We'll see if Timothee manages to piss more people off by winning an award. And, yeah. Goodbye. Good night.